Gentlemen, my name is Artur Dvulit, and I have the honor for some time now to serve as the host of this place. And we are in the School Theater of Jan Wilkowski in Białystok, which is an integral part of the Theater Academy, the Zelwerowicz Academy branch in Białystok. This is a special research unit. Researchers, of course, know what that means.
Jesteśmy w miejscu, które jest przychylne wszelkiego rodzaju laboratorium, eksperymentom i tak dalej.
It's a place that's favorable for experiments, and today's event, the whole day event, is something that's designed at exchanging thoughts, exchanging experience.
Żyjemy. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo serdecznie witam wszystkich przybyłych gości na dzisiejszą konferencję poprzedzającą 12. Międzynarodowy Festiwal Szkół Lalkarskich Lalka nie Lalka 2026. Będziemy rozmawiali o możliwości wykorzystania nowych technologii w sztuce, ze szczególnym uwzględnieniem sztuki teatru ożywionej formy, sztuki teatru lalek, którym zajmujemy się my tutaj na co dzień. Bardzo dziękuję i witam serdecznie partnerów, którzy pomogli nam merytorycznie i wsparli nas w organizacji tego przedsięwzięcia, a są nimi Galeria Arsenał.
And of course, I'd like to welcome the supporters of our event from the Arsenal Gallery. Welcome to Eliza Urwanowicz-Rojecka, who's here with us today. Also, we have the Vice Dean of the Technical University in Białystok, Mrs. Senderacka. A warm welcome to our colleagues who are with us online using new technologies, and because this conference is of course streamed at our YouTube channel and our Facebook profile. So thank you very much to the Białystok Theater, who is actually traveling to Brno.
Witam serdecznie wszystkich prelegentów. Dziękuję Państwu za to, żeście odpowiedzieli na nasze zaproszenie.
Thanks to everybody who's watching us online. Unfortunately, we won't be able to host everyone here live. Some of our speakers will be speaking using new technologies. And I think that's it for the introduction. Of course, this wouldn't be possible if not the support that we got from the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage. We hope that this conference will be a very good support to the festival in June. And I hope that this festival will be just as successful as today's event. And I'd like to welcome His Magnificent Professor Czołpiński, who will give the floor now, the rector of the Theatre Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be very brief. Welcoming sections shouldn't end, but I hope that today will be very warm and welcoming to the people who are with us today. I'm very happy to be here in my own branch. That's what I can say. I made a couple of notes to just share 3 sentences with you to highlight how important an event this is. Our today's meeting is something that takes place right before the next 12th edition of the festival. It's just we're in the starting blocks for the festival because everything we've done through last year in cooperation with the Bialystok Technical University, but also other organizations, by performing, by participating in international events, Scenes of Tomorrow, for instance. It's something that we have a great interest in, and I think this motto for this conference and for other events that I've noted recently, imagination as a bridge between technology and art in animated theaters, is something that should accompany us, and I hope that you will find a lot of reflections here. And puppet theater and theater form were always something that animated matter thanks to imagination. Puppet theater is not only tradition, but it's also experimentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that in the sphere of experimenting, well, that's something that will be involved in quite greatly today. Thank you, Your Magnificence. And I just want to mention one more thing, something that I should have said earlier, perhaps. Of course, we'll not be only talking about how new technologies create art, but also we can talk about how new technologies help us to receive art and participate in art. That's one of the panels that will be discussing today. And now I'd like to give the floor to Aleksandra Błażejczyk, who will be moderating our discussions, who will be, well, the MC of this great event. Ola, please join us, and without too much ado, hello, my name is Aleksandra Błażejczyk, and I'll be honored to lead this great conference. The Deputy Rector, the Dean also welcomed you, but I would also like to welcome you at this first International Scientific Conference, New Technologies, Modern Technologies in Art, Contemporary Theater of Animated Form. This is a day of new concepts, discoveries, and forms. The words new technologies will be uttered numerously, so take good care of that term and accept it in your minds. As you've seen in our program, we have three main panels. We'll be looking at new technologies from different perspectives, from perspective of mechanics, animation, architecture, art, and accessibility. In the first panel, we have lecturers from the Bialystok Technical University who will explain and clarify some things about robotics, what kind of robots revolve around us in our daily work, what's 3D printing, what's experimental programming, what's AI, what's VR, what's XR, and many different acronyms. The second panel will look into artists who will share their experience on using new technologies in arts, in theater, in video games, in film, and perhaps we'll be able to somehow notice how we could adapt these technologies in our smart theater forms. And the third panel, last but not least, is about accessibility. We'll discuss what architectural accessibility is, what kind of cultural institutions can be called inclusive institutions, and what kind of challenges they need to overcome to be more accessible for people with disabilities. And now I'd like to introduce to you the first speakers. We have Dr. Justyna Tołstoj-Sienkiewicz, who is a professor at the Bialystok University of Technology, who's been for over 20 years involved in robotics at the university, focusing on Mars explorers and different types of robots. Personally, she's also involved in robotics, but she loves urban fantasy novels. Then we have Bogusław Hościło, another doctor from the Bialystok University of Technology, who's been interested in new technologies around mechanics. For recent years, he's been interested in robotics and robotizing stuff out of laziness. Instead of droning and doing repetitive, boring actions, he decided to focus on automatizing that kind of work. So he's involved in preparing the technological process from concept to actual creation of an object. Then we have Bartosz Śliwiecki, who is Mr. Popławski, who is involved in R&D research and development, who has been experimenting on different projects which seem to be impossible to create. He's involved in generative AI and involving new technologies in the teaching process. He likes unique forms of communicating with computers which bring certain strange effects. And last but not least, in the first panel, we have Dr. Bartosz Śliwiecki, who is an architect from the Bialystok Technical University, who is involved in history of architecture. He's been involved in AI-supported design projects, creating architectural objects, and studying space using eye tracking technologies. He's also involved in touch technology and accessible architecture. He's been connecting different forms of architecture to trying to make it more accessible using new technologies, including programming. So I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, Mrs. Dr. Justyna Tołstoj-Sienkiewicz.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Hello, everyone. Let me start by working with the basics. So let me introduce some key terms and show you things that start to accompany us in everyday lives, which we don't fully understand, but, as my colleague said, which make our lives easier. So, first things first. Then my colleagues will discuss more advanced topics, and I will start with the most interesting bits. So, how do robotics come together with art? It's quite a strong collaboration because the term robot was derived from a play. It was a play written by Karel Čapek back in the previous century, at the beginning of the century, where the term robot was used to describe a device that was created, which was able to function and feel like a human being. So Rozum and his son, when they were observing how that device was working, after several years decided that a robot does not have to be something that has feelings and does not need to focus on destructing items. Therefore, everything that is redundant should be eliminated in order to make it a perfect workforce. And this is how a robot was created. The term was proposed by a brother of the writer, a painter, Joseph. So what is robotics? Robotics is essentially a robot, which is a device intended to manipulate and perform transportation activities concerning a human being. It replaces humans in redundant, monotonous, or sometimes dangerous activities, and sometimes helps to avoid risky situations. This is how it started. But let me go back to the art connection before we proceed to describe what kind of robots exist and how they support human beings, how they make our lives easier. Let me first mention the principles of robotics. Everybody working with robots prior to commencing work on a robot, during the first meeting, first lecture, during the first encounter, they learn about canons of robotics. These are the basic principles of robotics, written by Isaac Asimov in his short story, Runaround. These were three basic canons, the ones that you see on my screen. And later, at the beginning of the current century, An alternative set of principles was developed to which extended the definition, made it more universal, as you need to be aware that as development started progressing, roboethics came along. As with any device, robots seemed scary initially. So were trains, so were electric cars. So this required setting up a certain framework of rules, also in case of robotics, which is now quite important and aggressive element of our life. So certain laws appeared, and these are the laws that relate to next generation robots. They would be partners, they would be assisting us, and they would coexist in our lives. And I hope we are all aware of this fact. So let's go back to robots. What are they? These are devices, mechanical devices. So how do they differ from, let's say, a washing machine? Because they have a controller. Well, so does a washing machine, but what is the difference in software between a robot and a vacuum machine? So a robot can adapt its software is more universal, more extensive, it's broader, and it has a range of sensors which allow monitoring both the condition of the robot itself, but also its environment. This is the difference compared to a washing machine. The robots, especially the mobile ones, are able to travel, to relocate. So they have a frame, senses, brain, but also a drive, a power which drives it, and muscles, which help our structure operate. So what can a robot do? Contrary to classic or typical machines, a robot may decide. The algorithms allow taking decisions whether that or a different activity should be performed at a given time. So, based on information provided by a specific center, is it safe to move forward to the destination or not? Sensors are used, and this is also something that distinguishes robots, because robots are not tools. They use tools in order to produce certain elements or products. Robots communicate with the environment, especially with the manipulator, with the operator, and certain robot structures are able to move. So, what makes a robot operational? It's control algorithms. We look at every option that can be encountered by a robot while programming. When we create a controller, this is the stage at which we are able to foresee what a given robot, based on its structure, will be handling. Because when we create a robot, we have a purpose in mind. We have a certain concept of things that the robot will do for me. It is particularly useful in industry because this is where the greatest demand is. But given that our society is getting older, robots starting appearing at home, in our homes. So this adaptive nature of robots, ability to sense and react to different stimuli is the key thing. So robots have used certain senses. They may see, so it's visual. They may speak, so it's audio. So it is able to speak, and it's also able to hear and touch, detect what's happening in the vicinity. Also, sometimes the robot, if it's developed well, it's able to be autonomous or independent. So robots are also able to communicate. because of the solutions that we provide the robot. Also, we are able to communicate with robots using mobile devices, mobile applications. We'll be able to communicate our need in a non-verbal way. Robots will be able to display messages or accept messages, as you can see with Pepper picture. Now we can also think how we can convey information to robots. We can use devices as intermediaries. For instance, remote controls, panels, joysticks, or other devices in case of flying objects, flying robots. These will be solutions that will make flights safe. And what is most important for us, people who work with robots every day, our robots are able to move. But let's start with those robots which do not move as much or which do not relocate from point A to point B. I'm referring to manipulators in the industry. A manipulator is a robotic arm which replaces workers in the industry performing dangerous work. Dangerous in the sense of difficult conditions, but also mundane jobs. People, when performing mundane jobs, tend to shut off their thinking, which is quite a natural reaction. If you perform an activity for hundreds or thousands of times every day, you're no longer careful, and accidents happen. Robots do not shut off, do not disconnect. They will keep performing activities in a precise and scrupulous way. But robots will also be quicker. So industrial manipulators are usually shielded with gates, fences, barriers, light barriers also. So anytime a human interferes in the working space of a robot, such human will be protected from injury, because robots may not be able to detect that there is a human being interfering with their space, because their sensors will be directed elsewhere. So you might get hit by a robot. So we have safety devices installed, but now there is a new thing in place. There are robots that cooperate with human beings hand in hand. I will discuss that in a moment. And there is also mobile robots. Who of you have a Roomba or another vacuum cleaner that travels around your apartment? Who has a lawnmower that is a robot? A window cleaner? A useful one, isn't it? Well, with windows, I'm still a bit disappointed because the frames are not cleaned well enough, but the glazing is perfect. So I'm hinting at my students, how about developing one that cleans both windows and frames, because my husband gets impatient. So these devices help us in everyday activities. So we humans are now working hard. My mother is always shocked. She says, my daughter, you are working so hard. Yes, but it's quite natural. And but we, apart from working, need to do a lot of other activities. We have to clean. We have to cook. Without robots, we would have to dedicate our time off, nights and weekends. But we can be helped by robots. They can do the cleaning. They can do the mowing. They can do lots of other activities for us. I will discuss types of mobile robots later on, but I'd like to present the construction, the structures, because this is something that will be used in daily life. Industrial robots are still an abstract concept for many of us, but house robots are something that we should learn about, because we need to be able to use them for a long time so that we prevent damage and do not have to replace them. Now, these are mobile robots, and these are structures that relocate from point A to point B, which is a designated place, in the meantime performing a range of activities. And depending where they operate, these robots may move on land. These are wheeled robots, or they may be using their legs. They They may also be flying robots. So they may fly in Earth atmosphere, but also beyond. They may be also aquatic robots, so they may be able to examine the depth of waters, and they will be quite useful because human beings are not always able to go this deep. And the simplest robots for us technicians to implement and to build are the wheeled robots. And that is why the first vehicles, unmanned vehicles, appeared in our world. The next step, which was more demanding in terms of energy consumption and control, were tracked vehicles, usually to transport heavy loads. And just as in the case of wheeled vehicles, these may be 2, 4, or 6-tracked designs with wheels or trucks, depending on the solutions. I will not develop this thought because it would take another hour and a half of a lecture. But also there is walking robots, and these are the most friendly ones for humans, and they are quite a new and interesting concept, something that we appreciate, because these solutions resemble humans because they derive from biological origins. They imitate animals, they imitate human beings in their appearance, in their behaviors, and technology makes it possible for robots to resemble animals and humans. In this group of robots, there is many things we need to control. Even a hand alone has tens or dozens of different functions, different positions. If you want a hand to grip and release an object, we need to control different angles, different steps for each single finger, and not to mention wrists and arms and elbows. So I pay great respect to all the humanoid robots that they actually even operate. They are controlled most often in a remote way. Let me tell you a bit about control functions. Robots may be autonomous, half autonomous, or fully autonomous. It depends on the parameters that I mentioned before. So these are senses or algorithms of the sensors.
So here, these humanoidal robots, although they're looking very magnificently, there's always a person right behind them using different joysticks to steer that robot, and they often have to race. In races, they need to run behind the robot. Still, it has to be a relatively low speed, but I'm digressing in terms of the types of different types of power they can use. When semi-autonomous robots can have certain degree of steering, sometimes they can do some things autonomously, and sometimes we need to interfere. My students in the Utah deserts had their Martian rovers, where they had to do certain things with the support of human beings, but certain things they could do independently. So sometimes those robots can get some programming algorithms, maps, and then they can function autonomously, like children. The Aibo dog you can see here was something that was programmed where you can just get a young puppy that learns who their owner is, who's not, who they have to greet, who they have to growl at, or who they need to report as an unauthorized entrance access to our home. In a shopping mall in Bialystok, we had a presentation of these robots where the caretakers said that, well, these robots, they need to learn who their owners are, And that's one of those positive or negative sides of robots. Now, cobots. I mentioned earlier in my presentation certain industrial environments that utilize robots, and now I'd like to show you a clip. Let's have it muted, please. Cobots. Cobots is a robotic arm that supports our daily work. This clip is a few years old, but at the time I could download it and put in my presentation. But it's a very good visualization on how we can have benefits from this support. These robots work at lower speeds. They have various degrees of safeguards. They don't really damage human arms if they interfere or if they collide. So you can use these robots to set up certain positions, teach the robots certain operations, certain prioritizing certain locations, and then use it in your algorithm. So basically you teach that robots. Over the last recent years, we've been seeing these kinds of robots in business. So technological development and why it's so important to know what kind of constructs we can work with. In kitchens, robots is something that I'll have to have definitely in my next home, and this is a modified image. Of course it's sped up, but I would like to have this kind of robot. My husband, when he got engaged with me, well, I agreed to the engagement, but I said that, well, I'm not doing the cooking. But if we take a look at a robot like that, well, that makes a lot of problems go away. So robots can actually do work for us in industry, in the home. They can clean our home, they can prepare our meal, they can serve our meals, they can work in hospitals, in caretakers, they can assist seniors, and perhaps in the future we'll have robots who will actually do the cooking for us. Ladies and gentlemen, just to summarize my presentation, we need to bear in mind that we are creating those constructs. We need to take care of them being friendly, not hostile. We shouldn't design robots whose main objective is, or the sole objective is, to harm or kill human beings. And I'm one of those people who thinks that it depends on us humans, as to how useful these robots are. And in order to fully utilize their capacity, these advanced capacities robots present, we need to take good care of popularizing and educating people on creating transparent regulations on robots on a daily basis. And I'd like to conclude my presentation with these words. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Bogusław Hościło, a doctor from the Bialystok University of Technology.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Hello. Sorry that my voice is so quiet, but I hope you can hear me well. Technology in theater. Let's talk about technical solutions and which technical solutions can be adapted in theater. And I'd like to start off with a sort of introduction and tell you what can be utilized today. Sometimes some of these things can be used already by you without even noticing, because many of technologies come from theater, come from art. Now, moving on, like I was introduced earlier, I've been doing teaching work for 30 years, and I've been working at the mechanical department at the Bialystok Technical University. And this is something that's connected with art. We've had an artist who came to our university who liked to create an app to popularize Renaissance paintings. Some people thought, well, that's profane. How you want to look into Renaissance art on a tablet? You can't do that. Well, this project has been already well developed. It's already present in theaters, in museums all over the world. So that leads us to a question. What is art? Do we need the actual set design? Do we need a load of work? Can we actually visualize some aspects of set designs? Can we have robots on stage serving as who? As the main performer? As an assistant? These are just examples of questions that we can ask when we start working with new technologies. Is theater possible without living actors? Can we imagine such a thing? Well, that's a very interesting question. We've already heard about robots from my colleagues. We won't be going into the etymology of that word. We won't be talking about the principles of robotics, the codes of robots. But what we can see here is just several examples of robots in real life, from industrial robots to entertainment robots like roller coasters, robo-coasters, something that's very nice for performers, for spectators. Robots can be very precise. They can be designed very intelligently to be very precise and utilized in medicine, for instance, as you can see in the picture. And something that's getting more and more popular over the recent years, robots who are appearing in scenes, in stages, in various performances. Creator robots. Can robots be creators? So that's also a very interesting question. The ADA robot, a robot that painting, that's creating art. I don't know if that's a misconception, perhaps. There's musical robots. A heavy metal band presented in this year's trade fair in Beijing. There were robots creating heavy metal music. And that's something that also needs to be programmed, because programming is bringing life to a robot. Robot is a mechanical device that has certain degrees of freedom. They can move, they can bend, they have different actuators doing the motion. But for programming that robot, we can use different other devices. But all in all, the robot does work that's designed by a specific program or a specific algorithm. There is no independence here. However, they can have a multi-dimensional set of programs, set of algorithms. What do I mean by multi-dimensional? If we use AI for that, and I'm sure that my colleagues will also talk about AI. The multidimensional aspect is so varied that we stop distinguishing between things that are programmed and spontaneous. So this is a bit of threatening, because we don't know if this robot is autonomous. Does it start thinking? Now, what we're seeing today, because until recently, let me just go back one slide, until recently we had programs, algorithms written in specific programming language for that particular device. But today we can just issue commands using our voice, like using phrases. Just pass this object to the person on my left or on my right. So we're defining the tasks that robots will make using our words. They can be a partner to actors in a stage. They can act the part. Robots can cooperate with each other, with their environments, with other humans, and next generations of robots that should be tested out this year. So these are robots who are able to talk, who can participate in a conversation, let's say. They can learn, they can teach, they have access to huge amounts of knowledge. They can do certain simple activities like washing the windows, including the window frame. So this is something that's quite well developed. Their robotic hands have so many sensors, they are very sensitive, and this is still sphere of experimenting. We've seen recent huge developments over the last 5 years in generative AI, but that also leads to certain dangers, because it's how we perceive these machines. This is the uncanny valley from a few years back. It's from the 1970s. If we look at this graph, this axis shows human likeness, where with ending at 100%. But the other axis is how we use the robot, how we perceive that device. Now, if we look at this curve here, so we should go somewhere here. If the robot is more like a human being, the more favorable we are to that. But that's not the case. We don't recognize ourselves, right? We don't hear our voice. Everybody hears their own voice in a different manner. So it's all a matter of perception. So if we have something that's too human-like, we start not liking it. And that's what we see in generative AI. The images created by AI at certain point are unacceptable. They are nice, they're beautiful, but we do have a different perception of these images. So it's not something that's created, received just as well as if it were created by humans.
All I can say is that one of the concepts, a robot, an android with no face, no gender. So what is this? With our imagination, we give it a shape. We create whatever we want to see. So it means that this is the kind of solutions that has a positive perception. We are very much engaged into something that is common, something that we project on the robot. So it's an interesting communication tool. It shows how people perceive us. So can a robot be an actor? This is just one of the suggestions of things that are already happening or will be happening in theaters, on stages. And I want to show some evidence to support my words. I found some presentations over the last 10 or actually a dozen or so years. There were robots used in plays already along human beings. Several years later, a play by Franz Kafka, you can see a robot be partnering with an actor. So these things are already happening, and we witness it happening. Another thing you see is an experiment from the local area. It's a remotely controlled dog by a colleague, and Renata has the puppet. So what is the difference between those two?
Poza może tym, że materiał, z czego są
Well,
wykonane,
the material of that they're made of. In the first case, you have strings and wires. In the second case, you have remote control. But other than that, it's the same. So you should not fear this kind of technology. Another interesting presentation, an interesting play is war horses with natural size horses as puppets, mechanical ones, but also driven and motorized, moved by actors. So you can see them underneath the structure of a horse. And this is when set design enters the picture. What is a contemporary set design? How can it be created? You all know well what set design is for. You can imagine a dark stage with a chair, just one person, a monodrum. That is a strong message, but it is set design that allows or facilitates understanding the message better, or actually helps you identify with the message conveyed. So robots and set design uses video mapping. Robots are able to move or influence set elements, and they do so in different ways. That, augmented with light and sound, is something that you can see on the picture. It's a motor show, but also a rock band concert tour supported by robots, which is quite a frequent solution in different theaters. And again, a local example, the ceiling that is controlling sound distribution above the audience, quite a complicated thing. Thanks to combination of artificial intelligence and this kind of solutions, we are able to strengthen or weaken sound effects in different places of the audience. Now, if we provide our audience with some means of communication, with tablets, then the audience are able to participate live with the screenplays. They are able to control if they want or dislike more sound effects. We also have movable trucks. We are able to introduce water to stage. Nothing that is surprising anymore. We can actually create and influence a stage. I'd like to mention three technologies that already exist and which are more and more present, not just in theaters. And these are augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. If you take a closer look at some examples, augmented reality is a way to animate posters, to add information, add another layer of information to your play. It started with a Pokemon Go, for instance, which was a real world with a virtual layer on the real world. Today, we can also use glasses, which will add another layer to the real picture, real world. You can imagine a play in which you're able to learn more through glasses. You can read translation. You can get access to some additional information in real time because of glasses. Now, how the technology works is another subject. I will not go too much in depth, or maybe we'll discuss it at some other time if need be. But where can you see practical examples? For instance, user manuals are no longer in paper. It's something that you can indicate on a picture. You can ask about specific items, how to operate them, how to manipulate them. This also helps with everything in our daily life, including industry. In our University of Technology, we use it to teach our students something that is difficult in regular conditions. For instance, welding in this case. welding is creates a difficult atmosphere, but what we teach is the muscle memory. So we have the actual devices, but not the actual welding operation. So welding is learned in a safe environment. It can also be instructed to children. This way of teaching, I believe, is the future. Now, virtual reality. Virtual reality disconnects us. You may enter worlds that do not exist. You can experience a tour without even leaving your house. You can fly a plane as a pilot, but you are completely detached from the reality. This is one of the presentations Van Gogh and Friends displayed in Warsaw recently. You can use VR goggles and enter Van Gogh's imagery. You can actually travel through his paintings. That's virtual reality. I believe it's difficult for virtual reality to manifest in a theater because both the actors and the audience and the stage are real. They do not disconnect the viewers. And now, mixed reality is something I'd like to present using a simple example. You have a real actor, a real person. It's something that can be used in a theater. You have a desk, a real one, or some other items. And then you add a digital layer, the augmented reality. You can have a pet running around in the environment. But again, the actor may have an avatar in such world. So physically the actor is there. And actually, it's quite tempting to switch roles. I would enjoy having an avatar speak for me, and I could actually operate the avatar from a distance. But let's say we have an actor operating an avatar in a digital world. So how about creating a completely virtual world? So what is happening? We have a physical person in the real world, and its equivalent in the digital world. And then there is dual interaction, and this is the mixed reality. And it's quite difficult to distinguish between virtual, augmented reality. Most of what we see is a mixed reality. Historically, in the old days, virtual reality was, in a way, a stage, a box with a projector, with goggles to introduce a 3D spatial picture. For multimedia presentations is something that happened in Krakow or Warsaw. So this is the surrounding multimedia presentation, inundating world. But all those technologies and all those techniques come from theater. So this is where they originate from your genre. Imagine projectors, imagine screens. This is not different from an old Chinese theater of shadow. So what changed? What we are able to do is to map objects. We're able to bring different structures, cubes, into the real world. And in this way, we use objects or a scene. We can generate objects from a movie or from a virtual presentation. In order to work on an object in a digital world, we need scanners, and this is just an example of scanning a facility, an object, a vehicle that we did in our university. We wanted to create a digital version in order to so to say, paint the object, actually put a painting on it. But in order to explain what 3D mapping is, I used these 3D graffiti as an example. Okay, you do see a 3D effect, but it depends on your perspective. We worked with graphic artists. Look at those 3 different angles. They are shown from a different perspective. Now, the end picture, the beautiful theater, the beautiful image that will be displayed from projectors depends on where you are seated. So by all means, we can use it on stage. But just two more examples about 3D mapping, also theater industry related. How do you create a silhouette that is not there? In the old days, we used glass and lights adequately placed. Nowadays, it's nothing new, you know it. Just the source of light changed, and the material was replaced, the glass was replaced with film, with foil. And we can use this kind of solutions in a theater. What you see is another presentation. You can see an actress, actually a singer, and the image in the background. So quite an interesting impression on the audience. And the last example I wanted to mention were holograms, 3D silhouettes, 3D images that are not there. Again, they come from light and screen. So we do need two elements, light and screen. So what can serve as a screen? It can be a wall, but you can also use something suspended in the air. It can be smoke, mist, water. What you see here are modular solutions that can be, they're used in EC, in wood, where on vapor certain stories or pictures are displayed. Another solution used in Wrocław is small drops of water, which build a picture that can be used on stage. So summing up and closing my presentation, I'd like to say that generative AI, first of all, what is art? What I started from, is this our effort, our work, or is it the end work, the perception in the audience or their emotions? I think that's the first question we should ask ourselves. So if this is how we look at art, if something triggers or generates emotions, it can be considered art. And the third element I want to mention is that a show, a performance can be unforgettable, quite effective, without any deeper message. No art there. But is it still a theater? No, it's just a show. This is how I perceive that. What I'm focusing on is finding balance between this traditional theater, where emotions matter and the audience matters, their perceptions, their emotions, their feelings. If we focus on technology only, it will be just equipment. If we use it as an addition, it will be great. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I'd like to give the floor to Maciej Popławski.
Świetnie, dziękuję. Kochani, ja do was przychodzę z
Hello, and welcome. I'd like to talk about technology and art today, and I'll start with a few words about me first. This is an interesting slide because it's not a story about me, but it's an interesting reference. The two other speakers before me, they had 30 years of experience, they had 20 years experience. I have 36 years of experimenting in my own life, because my journey has been strange, let's say. I studied architecture, then I transferred to studying management and marketing, and I found a standard work. I worked as a technician for lifts. I liked that work for 5 years, then I transferred to programming because I got tired of doing technical work in northeast Poland. After that, I returned to architecture because not as a student, not as an architect, but I started using programming in architecture. Then I transferred to Panowie Programiści, an IT company based in Białystok, which basically works on certain programming products that can be utilized and sold to other clients. And all this is involved in the phrase experimenting. And that's how I approach the tools presented by AI, which I find absolutely fascinating. This experiment is something that I treat as something that I'm very interested in, because it gives another layer, another infinity that's explored by visuals, by text, by sound, and in every layer there's a dose of infinity with infinite possibilities. If we look at combining programming with art, well, there's this just one clip that I think is the best visualization of how you can connect programming, art, and technology into one revolving mechanical object that's controlling this arm, which conveys a lot, and we can read a lot from it. From my perspective as a programmer, there's two limits that control this arm, but in terms of art, the message is far wider. What do I have for you today, and what do I want to show for you today? Well, how we can use AI, this broad spectrum of AI, to, for instance, get closer to you as artists and perhaps try to encourage you to work with art using the tools that are at our disposal in the market today, and how you can use it in a very easy manner. So let's try to look at some art that we want to create. There's our grandma who has a very large broccoli in her garden, totally unexpected. Why this image, though? This is a piece of advertising used by Google and their AI image creator, and I thought it could be a very interesting starting point, a limiting point for our conversation. What can we create using this kind of image? How we can actually edit this image, how we can add ourselves into it, this starting point. So this is me in my sofa thinking about what I can do with this presentation. So I just started adding text to the image creator, asking it to place me in that image. So this is me with Grandma Hela admiring this huge broccoli. So the step that we made is editing this image. For 20 years we had to do it using Photoshop, do it, let's say, manually, having better or worse results. In this case, of course, it's not photorealistic, and I don't require it to be photorealistic, but I want to show a certain idea and how we can present it to our colleagues or the artist who created an image, or if we want to show some ideas and how we can quickly test out different ideas. Another interesting fact here that I want to mention, this is something that's good for students. These Google tools are available to students who are active students, of course, and they are available for free for 12 months for students, and students often like free stuff, right? And at the end of my presentation, you'll be able to see a QR code that leads to all the tools that I use to create my presentation and additional resources. So I won't be going into too many names of these tools and instruments. They are quite difficult and you can get lost in it. But you'll find everything in my presentation at the end. So the next step, we know what kind of art we want to create, and then we're exploring further. We're looking for broader perspectives. We need a different point of view. So maybe let's have this broccoli looking differently. So now we don't only have images that create images, but they can create photorealistic images. There's so many different tools and so many frequently appearing tools that we can actually choose from. So we have sandboxes where we can actually check out our ideas in several versions, look for different perspectives. And what I like to point out is that it's not only just one perspective, one image, but a whole range of different models from China, from the US, something that's created by Polish people as well, where we can actually compare results. So I like this concept, let's say, and I chose it as my base concept, and now I'd like to use this space to create more art, to work on it further, and let's stop with
Would you
this
look at
kind
that,
of
Grandma?
This
It's
is
beautiful.
what I create.
I never thought broccoli could be majestic.
Gourmet, delicious! Say goodbye, Trey! Yeah! Broccoli forever!
Przeszliśmy do ekstremalnego
So
przypadku,
now this
który
is an extreme case. As you can see, we've moved from a static image to an animated image. And as you can see, we can do a lot in generating video. And I tried to use something that's very suggestive, that was created just by me. And I just wanted to tell you that these static images is something that's, well, simple. There's a lot of different tools that we can use, but now there's video generators that can help us to make our ideas live. And in my opinion, this is not a video production that can be shown to our clients, but for you as artists, I think that it can be a tool that can boost and momentarily allow you to analyze if your ideas are something that's catching, or do you need to turn around and do it differently. So this is something that you can use to test ideas that are non-standard, classical, or safe for your audience. Now, this is something that's still a work in progress, but it's still something that can be explored and you need to know. These are world generators. You saw the first image I showed you. Now, this is a frame captured from the world generator. So this is something that takes an image as an entry point and a textual description, and then they try to recreate a 3D scene that corresponds with this image, and with the description that was put in, it should add more detail that is not visible from the outset. So it's hard to present it. And again, this is an image that I captured on my screen, but starting off from an image, now we have a 3D scene that we can look around, that we can edit, that we can present to our friends. We can start a discussion whether this idea is something that's going along our artistic vision. That could be a ready-made scene for recording a scene, recording a video, or making photos, or testing stuff. And I think this is going to be very, very interesting in the future, because they can do amazing things with, for instance, designing video games, how we can create certain connections, how we can create interactive passages in the video game world and in the film industry. I recently saw a man who was showing how we can, for instance, learn to drive in those recreated worlds. But for us, for testing, we're not only limited to a 5 by 5 meter scene. but we can actually go to virtual reality and virtual sceneries.
Jeszcze raz wróciłem sobie do sceny z babcią.
Now, returning to the original image, using prompts, I asked
Ja też jestem gdzieś poza sceną.
the grandmother to go home to do something else, and we are left with this
Jeszcze
image.
raz wam pokażę po
And
prostu, jak
let's try to work on it a bit more. And I have a clip.
wygląda scena z
This is the scene that we started working on initially, and to that I'm adding some
dubbing dźwiękowy z AI, który
audio prompts. So this is dubbing, AI dubbing that was added to the images. So there's birds chirping, there's some voices, there's some steps in the background. I asked AI to create audio that would accompany this scene.
dodawały jeszcze takiego jeszcze kolejnego wymiaru. Także
And we are adding further layers here. So there's tools and there's a whole range of digital tools that help us to
nie w wyprodukowaniu
not
gotowego
to
materiału,
produce
tylko po
a
prostu
ready-made
niestety
material,
coraz częściej bezmyślnie osoby wrzucają
which
dalej i
sometimes are of course used and just produced and fed to people in social media, for instance. But this is something that should be used to just test out your ideas, to create, to verify your ideas, to, for instance, start a conversation on even the boldest ideas that we have in our minds.
przeskoczyć tak jakby
Now I'd
do
like to jump to a different
z wami porozmawiać
range of tools, maybe something that we can co-work with as a collaboration between the Technical University and theater. Ever since we started working, I've been collecting these tools, I've been reviewing these tools, and I think this is an amazing time to be here and use things to do creative and amazing stuff. Otmo is something that's used to transfer mobility to your computer. It transforms actors into digital tools, so you don't need to wear mocap outfits, but you can use just inputs from your camera, and it allows you to do an artistic reinterpreting of motion. So this is something that was new to me. It wasn't obvious to me that you can actually modify this motion, and you have this digital freedom to modify this motion. I looked into those demos, but I find one thing lacking, and something that I want to share with you. I haven't seen people to, for instance, pick up these characters, give them lightness, give them the ability to fly and do stuff in the air. So we're sticking hard to gravity. Another program, Meshscapade, again, transferring motion to your computers. It's very advanced, very precise. And I think that building a digital database of different forms of motion, different forms of art in your computers, and then using it and modifying it to modify it and recreate it is also an interesting form of expression. For instance, for modern actors who want to do some digital testing.
And now something local from panowie programiści, but also from the Department of Architecture. This is a digital mirror, AI mirror. So in front we have an actor, a person in motion. The picture from the camera is captured, and then each frame is transformed into a processed frame, processed via AI. And there is freedom as to what can be displayed on the screen. Now it works well with abstract forms, but we can also see ourselves in a digital mirror and see what we look like as a fruit salad in this case, or ice cubes. So if you want to become a fruit salad dancing, this is where you can start.
Rollerbladers, fruit roll-ups, Pokemon Blue if you know us, aviators and pages, stash cash for my Segas, headphones, cassette.
Tu był kawałek, przepraszam, tak przełączę, bo żebyśmy się ładnie
I apologize, I jumped into another bit. That was a recording of a male. You saw the movement, the motion, the focus was put on the face, and the recording was made using just a regular standard phone. And it was then used as a digital copy in the virtual world. And that was the moment when I had this lack of comfort, the discomfort of watching a digital character that imitates a human being. And these were the first moments for me when I actually reduced that sensation, because when I looked at this role, I actually tricked myself into just watching a video. So yet another tool that exists already and can help us convey your mimics, your facial expressions to a computer and then use it further. What you have on the screen is a QR code. You can either scan it or take a picture of it. It links you to all the tools and materials that I mentioned for reference. At the end of my presentation, you'll see contact details, because if you decide to use some of those tools or search for some tools, or if you come up with some extremely interesting ideas, I'm more than willing to cooperate, and I have an ear to learn about what you want to create, because I'm an experimenting person myself. So thank you for your attention. See you later.
Dziękujemy pięknie Pani Macieju, na pewno skorzystamy z kontaktu.
Thank you, Maciej. We surely will contact you. And now let's see Bartosz Śliwecki on stage.
Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry. Nazywam się
Hello everyone, my name is Bartosz Śliwecki. I'm an assistant professor at the Technical University in Bialystok. And today I'm going to talk about 3D printing, actually building prototypes, which I believe will become our daily bread, actually our daily hammer and fork, in the context of introducing solutions at home, at work, or in public space. So, what is it about 3D printing? Regardless of the fact whether you know the technology or not, it's a process. It's a tool that uses a process of building structures through which certain objects or facilities are created. You can compare it to adding more layers on a painting using thick paint, which over time builds up a mass of paint, thus creating a form. Now, certain layers may be thicker, others may be thinner. That all depends on your preferences, needs, and settings, but it's the process that creates the effect. So what the process is, what is 3D printing and preparation of 3D models? From the perspective of technology. First, we need to realize that we need tools that will make it possible to create certain spatial, virtual, digital elements that then may be converted, in other words, translated to a language which is understood by a robot, that is the 3D printer, in order to prepare an object according to a plan. The first tool, which is free of charge, not just for students, but especially useful for creators, is Fusion 360. Another process which is often useful in 3D modeling for 3D printing is another free program, my favorite, absolutely, because it offers a whole range of solutions, and that's called Blender. I believe some of you may know this program. It's quite popular, friendly, and quick to react to the demand that I don't imagine it's possible not to mention it. And the last element of the 3D printing process is a converter of a 3D model, so something that will divide everything into layers or codes. So it will translate our concept again. So what is a design? First, we come up with, we focus on the technical or technological element, especially if you need specific dimensions or if you need to be able to modify certain parameters in 3D. So for that, Fusion 360 is a perfect program because it keeps track of changes. So if there is a need to modify the starting point, this program is able to adapt your adaptation, your changes to get to the final product. And let me use an example. At the beginning of this design, I made a mistake and I measured the distancing of openings in an adapter wrong. Quite typical mistake, right? So instead of modifying this structure completely, I can just adapt the initial settings, the initial parameters, and then the whole design is adapted to my needs. Not that it's 100% successful, sometimes it goes wild, but if the original change cannot be processed throughout the other changes, then you will see a message, a relevant message. Now, what I recommend is to use a variety of programs in order to check available solutions before you proceed to the production stage, because certain defects may show up in visualization. So we are able to verify the initial assumptions. Another element of the process is the slicer. In this case, it's Prusa slicer. Other programs are also available, and it shows you the printing process. And it indicates the printing time, but it will also show you the micro details in the sense of how the header will be moving in the 3D printer and how the adding of subsequent layers will proceed. So what you're able to do is to see if your target object will be defect-free. It will also help you plan the process, how much time you need, how much material you need, and if you can even do the entire operation. And that's an interesting story about this one. I assumed that offset by 2 centimeters will be meaningless for the printing process. I had a model ready. I already had a deadline set. I knew I had 24 hours to complete the task. So I actually set up the cutting process, and it did not fit. My object did not fit. And that's a problem that needs a quick fix. So my recommendation is, before you have your own 3D printers, you can simulate printing as a process, and you can use these free tools to do that. Now let's go to the printing process itself. It's a time-consuming process. Of course, it depends on the dimensions of the object you're producing, but the layers, putting layer after layer is tedious, especially if you put thin layers of PVC that will end up as 3D object. And this is a famous FM model. You can see a grid which helps you reduce the weight of the object, but also keep certain structural properties and resistance of the target object. It will not collapse, and printing will be as expected or as planned. So it took 16 hours to print half the head. For bigger projects, it's sometimes days or weeks just for the printing. Another example, a foot. This is the end product of cooperation with the Faculty of Mechanics, Mechanical Engineering, and we wanted to prepare a model for podology students, as it is a didactic aid for people who work with feet. And it took 13 hours to print this foot. And my intention was to show the bottom of the foot. So it was printed upside down. And what you see here are supports. So these are elements that support the structure in course of printing, in order to print or to create more detail. I'm not sure if you can see the details. Okay, you do. You can see the layering. You can see that's quite normal. Obviously, we could reduce the visibility of those individual layers, but first of all, this will affect the printing time, and second of all, it can be impractical from the perspective of the end effect, because you are still covering the this object in plaster. And also printer might not be able to handle the project, and you will get a defective product, especially if there is too much movement in the printing part. And this is an icebreaker. I put the food on a table in a cafe. I ordered my cake and coffee. And I saw some consternation. It was my favorite place to go. I know the staff, so people were not surprised. I'm bringing objects for my coffee, but it was a strange thing to hold in my hand. But I will now mention something that people don't mention often. Yes, we encounter problems. It's natural. First of all, in Slicer, which is again the program which converts 3D models, everything looks fine. Now then the process comes and defects appear. The problems will appear. Certain printouts will need to be disposed of. So certain mistakes, certain errors are not dependent on us. We have no control over it. So filament defects, not enough filament, or electrical problems, or sometimes even as minor mistake as saving the file in the wrong way. But let's go back to the problems that I mentioned, the problems with filament. Gray filament would just break, not during the printing process, but once the object was complete. It was something we were not able to foresee. It was just one material that was defective. Another example, waste. Another problem, which is waste. Waste or failed prints, it's normal. You have to get used to it, and unfortunately, you will generate a lot of waste. People who work with 3D need to be aware that your influence on carbon footprint is negative. So ecologically, looking at that, you need to acknowledge that you will produce a lot of plastic waste.
And these are just, this is just an example photo of the boxes of waste that we're producing, but we collect them just to draw conclusions and improve. Of course, there's some defects that are realized during production. We see that we don't have braille printing here because there was an issue with connecting two types of filaments. Filament A and filament B wasn't compatible in standard connections. and
środkowym
in the central
są
picture
czarne,
there is this black
przebarwienia,
discoloration.
żółty podkład,
So there is
czarne
the
plamy, które wynikają z tego,
yellow
że obszerny
background
jest tego
and
wydruk
black
czarnej i był
print
jeszcze osad
on the
kawałku
above
czarnego
on that,
plastiku,
and
który
there were
skapnął
deposits
w procesie
of
druku.
black ink that
Niestety,
dripped
jest
during
to u nas
printing, and of course that's a defect, a
jeden
failed
z takich
print.
bardziej
Another
spektakularnych
more
faili,
spectacular failures that we've had in our operation when we tried to put together this sculpture, FA. The original object was 150 centimeters. Our printout was 180 centimeters. And we've created a promotional video with our marketing department at the Technical University. So we removed the safeguards that prevented this sculpture from tipping over, and then people were eating outside, heard a crack, and we saw that our sculpture broke. But of course we didn't worry too much. We used it as a learning process. We transformed it into a joke using AI, but that gave us a lot of insight into connecting different elements in 3D printing, especially if we want to print out large-scale models, and not to worry about a failure. A failure or a defect is something that helps you grow and develop. Now, other projects that we created in our print lab in Aurela, we leave our messages to our team. We ran out of filament during the print. That sucks. Thanks for the info. So we miscalculated how much filament we needed in the bobbin. They started printing something that was with too little filament. It stopped halfway and we couldn't continue. Sometimes you can add filament during the printing process, but after 24 hours, that's usually impossible. What's the potential of this technology, this hammer, or this new type of screwdriver, basically, this robot? You can use it to present space, present stuff that would be very difficult in terms of technology, very costly, for instance, to build models like this one. This is a model that we've prepared for the city of Zambrów in northeastern Poland. It's a castle that was in that city before the First World War, and we wanted to present you how the town square looked before the Second World War. It was 3D printed completely using filament that imitated cardboard paper. This is the team that created this print, Tarik Busej and Sena, who spent months on developing that project. This wasn't an easy project. It's not just printing a 3D model. That's not that simple. The amount of waste that we've prepared, I think it's 25% of the total weight of the finished product. So 25% was generated in waste and defects. What other things we can do and we're doing for our technical university, it's improving accessibility for people with visual problems who, for instance, don't want to share their problems in perception, for instance. So with our team that's present here today, with Szymon Andrzejczuk, Maciej Popławski, and others, we're doing this project of developing a proprietary method to do 3D printing in Braille using available tools. And we're doing it if we wanted to do it in a company, we would need a specific machine that would be able to actually create these printouts using Braille,
drukarka 3D, która
but
jest
we can use it to also do that in a 3D printer, a device that's universal and can basically be used to recreate this model, if we of course have a well thought out process of developing these visual aids. And once we finally were successful in doing this small stripe that was both nice to the touch, but it was free of defects, well, that's when we knew that, well, this is actually a good job, a successful job that we can actually continue to implement in our university. Other ways that we're using 3D printing for, this is the floor plan for the Faculty of Architecture. It's created in Blender, of course, and it presents the spatial plan of different elements in the building. And it's meant for people who have visual problems with eyesight or people who need a general floor plan of the building. And thanks to that project, we were able to also implement another type of innovation at our university. We changed how the rooms are numbered in the building. There was very good feedback. Every person at our university was very happy with that, and it didn't impact negatively the existing numeration. Of course, I'm joking here. But we did have an objective, and I'll share a secret with you. How can you design the numeration of different buildings in a way that gives respect to the main and most important office in the building? That's the rector's office, of course. We need to change other numbers and keep that number exactly the same. So we had to be very delicate to redesign other numbers, to change the numbers of toilets, for instance, so that the rector's office remains room number 14, A14 in this case. So this is some issues that need to be not only printed by 3D printing, but 3D printing in here is only a tool. So we also reintroduced high contrast keychains, and it's well contrasting because it uses yellow and black, the most contrasting colors, and it's relatively tactile because you can feel the numbers. Now, recommendations about different software. There's two interesting platforms, Thingiverse and Printables. I do encourage you to review these websites, see what kind of models people are creating out there for 3D printing specifically. Another thing that I can also recommend is testing these tools using Blender, using Fusion 360 if you're into more mechanical developments, and slicers, which is a space for testing out 3D printing processes. If you have any questions to me personally, I do encourage to write me an email or call me before 10 p.m. hopefully. And yeah, that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much, and yeah, see you next time. Thank you very much. I'm a forgettable person, but I also forgot to mention one thing. After every panel, we'll have a QA session, a discussion, and I'll give the mic to you to ask questions. So now I'd like to once again invite our experts from the Technical University to join us on the stage. But you in the audience, well, feel no reservations about asking questions. I have a lot of questions written down.
Czy mamy mikrofon na sali?
Do we have a microphone for the audience, please?
Jest taki dobry film, kiedy jest ten cytat, że zawsze ktoś musi zacząć.
Well, there's always the first person who starts the meeting, but I have to be curious here and ask you, the minds that are involved in this reality that's inaccessible to to many people. So we're not technical or technological people who reinterpret what we can see. Have there been any recent developments or something that you've personally experienced in any theatrical or cultural event that really captivated you and you were amazed and thinking like, how was it done? Or are you just people who, well, know how things are done? Well, thank you. I'll start. That does happen to me, and that happens quite often. For instance, I was amazed by a scene in Dr. Zhivago, a scene which used mapping, video mapping, where the actors, fantastic performers, found themselves in a set that was real and at the same time virtual, created by OHPs, overhead displays. So if that also happens if we need to recreate a set very quickly or modify a set very quickly using lifts, using collapsing floors and so on. So it does happen so quickly that it does seem to be surprising. Well, I have another example which I wasn't really amazed on how it's done, but I was amazed how we can explain it to people who are not used to so much technology. I visited Hydropolis in Wrocław with my children, and my kids, 10-year-olds, they were asking me, well, how it's done, how does this work? Now, my children, they do have some experience with robots. They got a photon, and they do know what a display is. So I was able to explain to my son how this screen works, this screen that's not really clear and obvious, and how this image is done. But that does happen to me in everyday life. I'll tell you guys a story. I have this pleasure of seeing Aladdin in Broadway, the musical, and I was really amazed by seeing Aladdin fly in the magic carpet. I've no idea how this was done. I was watching it with my back from the chair because I just couldn't believe how this was done, and I still don't know how they did it, how they had this Aladdin flying on the carpet, in the set, in the scene, and I don't know how it's done to this day. Well, from my perspective, I'm personally not really familiar with so much technology in theater. I'm trying to be a spectator at shows like Phantom of the Opera, when there's so many props, so many sets, and the design is amazing, and there's so many changes. And sorry for putting it so down to earth, though. But I was always interested in how the Roma theater in their shows, how they had pilots, how much time they needed to spend in order to get well prepared for doing the mapping, doing the visualization of backgrounds in certain scenes. So I was always interested in the proportion, like how much time it took from concept to reality to create some of the scenes. That's, of course, going into very fine detail.
I have a question about 3D printing. You mentioned filaments. What about resin printing? Is there any machine that you could use at home? Do you have any recommendations? I know it's not quite safe yet. What's your view? Well, when you think about resin printing, we are talking about quite a significant limitation from the perspective of the printing field. So the cheapest home printers start from 1,000 zlotys. I would be able to recommend them by Chinese manufacturers, but the resin itself, the useful life of this material, and then, well, it's a microplastic that is formed. That's the limitation, an important one. You can have casting resins, which once printed and once hardened, they can be modified. For instance, we are able to rinse the support structures. But I wouldn't say it is something I would encourage you to use with your bare hands. It's quite an invasive chemical agent, which, contrary to other materials, which are safe and less, they do not have the olfactory characteristics, then I would actually use resin for visual effects. So solutions that you do not touch, especially when we're talking about children. And these solutions are not very durable. They're not resistant. So polyjet prints, which are hardened by UV light, they twist, they get misshaped, they crack over time, and they become unattractive. So I do recommend other solutions. Yes, I'd like to chip in. We, in my family, we are science freaks, so my husband tests all the solutions. I do not recommend any resin printers at home. It smells absolutely bad. The full house smelled, had this terrible smell, even though my husband was doing it at night. So that's one aspect of it. But also, it's susceptible to light, to radiation, and many gadgets. We produce many gadgets at home for my son, but with over time, the quality, the aesthetics are not so good. Well, initially, it's impressive. So if you need to use a resin product, outsource it. Go to a printing company. Also, these technologies are quite inexpensive, a cheap printer, but we know the details. The model needs some processing and cleaning, and these are water-soluble resins, but you need an exhaust fan to remove the smell. But actually, we also have different kinds of materials, flexible, transparent, lit, but also materials, as you mentioned, that could be burned and that do not produce ash. So they can be used for creating models that will be eventually made of metal, so precise casting solutions. That much. This is a product that will be used in the future. They are inexpensive, but don't do it at home, because you don't have an exhaust fan at home. They require that. Also, UV light hardens the material, but sunlight also hardens it even more. So over time, they become cracked. I'm from the Faculty of Architecture, and it's great that you mentioned printing, not just as a solution for ready solutions, but also for printing casts. And I have a wheelchair which is made of fiber, carbon fiber, and it was printed using resin printer and then covered with another material. And then the printed product was rinsed. So I do not focus, in my work, I focus on improving life quality of people with disabilities using different technologies. And we are living in times where we can look at opportunities rather than threats, because printers or AI as tools are not harmful in itself, although I know this is a controversial subject. But when we think about prosthetic limbs, this is a solution which can be explored a lot. 3D printing, it's very reliable there. So in the context of helping people with disabilities, it's something that is still not explored sufficiently, and it's still, I'm really curious and passionate about it. And so my question is, I don't really know how to formulate it. There's different reactions to AI-generated content. Now, whether the perception is positive or negative, it depends on the awareness of the spectators, of the audience. Because some people say, well, AI is wrong. It's a zero value. There is no artistic value. It's theft of copyright. And what about audiences that are not aware of AI involvement? Do you see the difference? Does it affect? Does viewers' awareness? Does it affect the way they perceive the work of art? Oh, I understand your question perfectly, and I actually have some experience with that. At the Faculty of Architecture, we had an exhibition of works developed in our lab, 2 by 3 meters large works created using artificial intelligence, but we were the creators of those works. And the perception of the audience depended on their major. It means, like, graphic designers didn't know I was the author, and they would say, this is not art. They would say, I hate it. Some such extreme emotions were shared with me. Students of architecture were interested in the work, so not just the end product, but they were interested in the method. Now, strangers had yet a different reaction. They said, how come? How was it possible? How does it work? So, you see, it really depends on your attitude to technology. It triggers, it generates emotions, also in me. So these questions are not comfortable, and we pose these questions. So you see, reactions may be various. Let me add, I really think it depends on the member of the audience, but also our feelings, our sensations. Do we feel tricked or lied to? Let's say you're looking at a great painting, great strokes. Was it made by a human being? If so, I admire it. If I'm not sure who is the author, I may guess it's a human being and then say, yes, it's a cool painting, and then I realize it's not made by a human. I feel lied to, I feel deceit. So it depends how we perceive technology. Do we focus on the method or do we focus on the effect? What is the object I'm looking at? That's important. And let me proceed through my branch of industry. We had a similar experience when robotics were popularized 20 to 30 years ago. At the end of the previous century, there was this catastrophic perspective, people fearing anthropomorphic robots taking over the world. And this is what happens with all novelties. If we don't completely understand certain phenomena, we find them scary. And I think this is the same approach to AI. I am one of the lecturers to encourage my students to take advantage of AI when they're working, except that I want them to tell me what prompt was most efficient in their work, what helped them create this interesting work that they generated. So new technologies are to be used, in a rational way. Just as I emphasized in my lecture, it's us, it's humans who decide how we're going to use AI products.
Też miałem taką dosyć ciekawą,
I had an
ciekawe
interesting
doświadczenie.
experience.
Wspólnie tutaj z Akademią Teatralną mieliśmy warsztaty
Together with the
testowania sztucznej inteligencji.
Theatre Academy, we had workshops on using AI, but the way it was advertised was somewhat different. The participants
4 godzin
believed that in 4 hours we would go through a full training in 3D modeling, reaching the phase of animation.
albo inaczej przewidywalnie.
So their reaction was quite unusual, or maybe even usual. They felt deceived because they thought we would be using AI tools to create the actual target effects. So they were asking, why? I don't like it. I'm not going to use it. I believe
Mieliśmy robić
we were supposed to do different things. But when I explained to them that learning modeling, 3D modeling in 4 hours, starting from the scratch, it's insufficient. And when I showed them the target effects, and after telling them how rationally we're able to use it, and ethically as well, only then did it appear that 95% of the users became aware and happy to use those tools. So really awareness is important because these are just tools, things that are produced by AI generative solutions. If we are to think about, for instance, if a journalist or if somebody used a Word or Google Docs to write an article, it doesn't matter. It's about what the author was thinking about, and the tools were just auxiliary. I would like to thank you so much for all your presentations, especially for touching education and ethics. And those two things, those two subjects give rise to my question. Don't you think that the contemporary curriculum at school should be extended to include technological education? Well, we have some robotics in schools, but not it's not an obligatory subject. So maybe we should have such classes at school so that technologies remain tools in human hands, and so maybe they should be included in curriculum, in school curriculum. And my question about ethics: are there any guidelines on local or more even global level that would show us how to ethically use the new tools? And are they updated on an ongoing basis? For instance, in the context of such events as war in Ukraine or in Gaza. I feel I'm the one who ought to respond. For several years now, I've been involved in the conference, the use of artificial intelligence in education. So this addresses the first part of your question. The work is in progress about that, and we have extensive and vivid discussions, heated discussions as to where such curriculum should be introduced, on which level of schooling. I know some legislative work is in progress in order to structure the use of generative AI in education. There are no any national or international guidelines. So far, as my husband says, we are just in the phase of testing different options. Like with any novelty, we need to see what it's capable of. And the development of AI doesn't make our lives easier. And the other thing is robotics and presence of robotics in primary schools. I believe this should be a constant, regular element of education. It's because these structures are more and more present in our homes. So knowing what they are, knowing their specifics, how they're programmed, how they need to be operated for children will be just natural. And it's just a matter of development later on. So we had the pleasure, me meaning my husband and the two children, me and my two children, we cooperated with a group of students of robotics who were testing different applications on children. And you could see how quickly children are able to adapt and understand robots. Now I know the system is focusing on education and on using those solutions. It's just one of many solutions which can make learning more attractive.
And you can actually transform the teaching of those boring subjects into an attractive way, and then you can teach children on how to use these kind of solutions in their everyday lives, simply put. Now, about 3D printing and its use in education and the war in Ukraine. 3D printing is a tool, and we can use a hammer as a tool that's used for constructing something, but you can also use it to destroy. So there's methods of tracking the flow of information, for instance, in terms of creating something dangerous like guns, using 3D printers to create guns. But also, I think that modeling such solutions, printing it in those programs, we can't guarantee that these threats won't be recreated. So it's more a matter of social education and promoting the use of such tools for good, with the awareness that it could also be used for nefarious ways. Now, there's no guidelines because it's a thing that's changing so quickly that we can't put anything in stone. However, there's one thing that's certain. We have to be aware that it's there, and we'll be able to use it. We'll have to be able to use it. We have to know how it works. And secondly, if we're using certain technology, and if we admit to having used such technology, it's not something bad. It just shows that we're able to use certain technologies. A problem arises that if we create something using AI and we don't admit what kind of models were used to create that, we say that it's created only by us. Now, let's move on to the two final questions. Thank you very much for your talks. I have a question to Dr. Justyna Tołstoj-Sienkiewicz, the first speaker. Several years ago, I saw a performance of The Peasants by Raymond, and there was a special Martian rover created by Polish students. That rover was acting as a pig. It was just starting out its acting career. I think that these space technologies, they are absolutely fascinating, and how advanced uses they have. What other things that you can see in your work? Well, I'm a teacher most of all, and I'm very passionate about seeing how creative my students are. I don't present them with a framework of how they have to work, but I just give hints, create a context for their work, and I provide them with a large dose of independence. Of course, that's not always welcome, but some students can be very creative in certain solutions, and this analog Martian rover that was created by my team, I was absolutely glad and amazed by how many ideas they had, how many interesting projects they can create. So that's a constant for the many years that I've been working in education, and I will continue doing my work in that way. But also you have to be updated constantly. So for instance, you need to tell your students perhaps what's interesting out there, but often you get that feedback from students. They tell you first what's interesting. And you should also be very very careful in what dangers are out there, and feed your students with appropriate information. And I'm very interested in what my students are about to create. Now, in terms of further research, while 3D printing is perhaps not my main direction of study, but there's also an interesting concept of eye tracking and this awareness of how human beings perceive space, how human beings perceive AI-generated images. That's something that's very interesting right now, and I think I should kind of expand my knowledge about that. We need to popularize this concept. For instance, how much human beings in 3D visualizations impact the character of how your eyes track that image or track that building or that piece of architecture. I think that's an interesting concept of how human faces are captivating, especially in those locations where it's not. So for instance, in those places where we can expect humans to appear, there aren't any. So this is a reason why I can sometimes take a shower for too long, because my thoughts keep running, and keep thinking about generative AI, how interesting it can be used in further research. Now, robotics is also important in terms of human interference, because, for instance, your mimicry is very difficult to recreate in terms of robots. And many robots that are created are very good in terms of the face or in terms of the remainder of the body, but it's not working great, because human robots can move very well, but their mimicry is still very poor, especially in terms of expressing emotion. So for robotics, I think that's an interesting concept when these two elements will be combined in one form.
Ja bym chciał się odnieść w kontekście jeszcze do AI w procesie nauczania.
In terms of AI in the teaching process, I think there's two interesting thoughts. There's the perspective of me as a teacher and being a student, where in a university where I studied analysis of big data analysis. And in terms of machine learning, we had a different form of passing that class. We were instructed to use AI in analyzing the code, but the process of exam were a conversation where we spent 5 minutes with our lecturer on explaining what kind of tools we used and why we used it and how successful it was. So perhaps there is this field of how learning and examining or making tests should change for the future. And in terms of using AI, I focused on Raspberry Pis, microcomputers with a gyroscope, with my wheelchair, where I was mapping the terrain, generating huge amounts of data in Excel, and finally I created an algorithm using AI that was 96% of the time successful in determining what kind of terrain I traveled for. So this could be used for wheelchairs, for different kind of trolleys that can, for instance, modify their suspension depending on what type of terrain they are on.
Twarde dane, po czym jeżdżą, bo
Apart
dostępność
also for
subiektywnym.
there's also the question of data availability. So like there's solid data which proves that, for instance, stone is 13% worse for carts, for trolleys, for wheelchairs than asphalt. So this could also impact the decision-making process for public officials and so on.
Czy ktoś jeszcze ma ostatnie pytanie? To jest
Do we have any other
ostatnie
questions?
pytanie, ja zadam prowokacyjne pytanie.
Because if not, I'll be doing the provocative
Dobrze, to
questions.
zadam to prowokacyjne pytanie.
So get ready for my provocative question. Do you think that at a certain point we'll have AI or robots that are going to
Pierwszy, uważam, że już jesteśmy na tym etapie, tylko jest to proces dławiony przez instytucje, które panują nad tym. Myślę, że nie wiemy o pewnych rozwiązaniach, które funkcjonują w cudzysłowie w takich organizacjach dobrze wysoko finansowanych. Natomiast jakby jeżeli chodzi o takie już potoczne rozumienie, ja jestem zarówno zwolennikiem metody let it fly, tak, żeby to się rozwinęło, zobaczyć co z tego wyjdzie, natomiast z drugiej strony boję się, że wejdziemy w taką en-masę, że tak powiem, twórczości, tak jak było przy NFT, gdzie nie jesteśmy w stanie już jakby pojąć, czy coś jest wartościowe, czy nie. Że ta nadmierna ilość twórczości generatywnej sprawi, że ona stanie się po prostu mało wartościowa.
To ja mam taką wielką nadzieję, że zarówno z taką prędkością, jak powstają nowe technologie i nowe właśnie formy przekazu i coś, co nazywamy sztuką, czy to na najniższym poziomie, czy to taką, która jest rzeczywiście dla nas ważna i dobrze ją odbieramy, czy to nie będzie tak, że po prostu tak szybko jak to zakwitło, tak szybko to zemdleje i po prostu te wielkie masy rzeczy, które się przetaczają teraz przez internet, po prostu przestaniemy na nie patrzeć. Wydaje mi się, że nikt z nas na widowni dla przyjemności nie ogląda obecnie telezakupów Mango i tego typu tak jakby produkcji. I tak samo może będzie z tym. Po prostu nauczymy się trochę bardziej świadomie wybierać rzeczy, z którymi chcemy obcować. Zobaczymy, czy to jest produkcja zupełnie wytworzona przez AI, czy coś, co rzeczywiście zawiera jakiś pierwiastek ludzki i jest tylko może poszerzeniem tego, co chciał powiedzieć artysta.
concept.
Będzie wymagało, mi się wydaje, to
And I think it's going to be requiring something from us. We need to recalibrate our brains for these things, and we need to pass it further on to future generations, how they can react.
Jak najbardziej wielką rolę w tym
And yeah, theater plays a major role in this and all the participants. So as long as we're creating for humans, we'll continue creating, because the more conscious people are, they'll be more conscious that behind these layers, there is still human beings involved. Young generations. I have a 16-year-old daughter who's drawing, who's creating her own drawings, and she can very quickly identify the content that's created by AI. And she just says, I'm not using AI, it's dead to me. And she's 16 and she's doing it, she's approaching it in this way. So there's a young generations, we need to put faith in them. Maybe naively, but we are the recipients of art and we can receive it using artificial technologies, but artificial intelligence technologies, but it's still created by humans. So I'll try to be provoking your provocative answer. Well, why? Why should we do this? If we only use machines, where's the defects? Where's the error? And that's fun. You know, a lot of children would be taking the easy way out. They won't need to learn to draw because they can use AI to do that. But that's a shortcut, and For now, from adults, well, it depends on us. It depends on us how these new generations use these tools and approach them. Will they be taking the short route, or will they be actually putting in the effort? Thank you very much. Let live out art, and now let's have a 30-minute break and see you soon at panel number 2.
Dzień dobry, witamy Państwa po przerwie. Państwa,
Hello
którzy są z nami
again,
tutaj
welcome after the
stacjonarnie i
break,
ci, którzy są z nami online.
welcome
Drodzy Państwo,
our
przed nami
online
panel
viewers
numer
as well.
2, panel
So
drugi,
we're about to start
w którym,
the
do
second
którego
panel
zostali zaproszeni
today.
artyści, którzy podzielą
And,
się z nami swoimi
we're going
doświadczeniami w
to,
tworzeniu sztuki z
have
wykorzystaniem
artists who will
nowych
share
technologii. Pozwolę
experience
ich
in
sobie
creating art
przedstawić
using
w
new
kolejności.
technologies, and let me present
Pan
them
Wojciech Markowski,
in the
producent
right
światów
order.
wirtualnych,
Wojciech
absolwent Łódzkiej
Markowski,
Szkoły Filmowej.
graduate
Obecnie
from
prowadzi
Łódź Film
projekty z
School,
zakresu gier
producer
wideo
of
i
VR
generative AI
works,
w
and
obszarze
he's now working
edukacji,
with AI
innowacji
in the
oraz
field of
środowiska
education,
startupowego.
innovation and
Produkował
startup
trailery do gier
environment.
wideo, animacje komputerowe i efekty
designed
specjalne dla
trailers
klientów
for
takich
video
jak
games and
Activision,
animations
Riot
for
Games,
Activision,
Ubisoft,
Riot Games,
Deloitte, Netflix,
Ubisoft, Deloitte,
JBL,
Netflix,
Nissan
JBL,
czy Mitsubishi.
Nissan or Mitsubishi.
Producent Dream Adaption Society,
He's a
przepraszam
producer of
najmocniej,
the
kolektywu skupionego
Dream
na
Production
wykorzystywaniu
Society,
VR
a
w performance,
collective that uses
teatrze
VR
i
in
sztuce współczesnej.
performance, theater
Założyciel
and
Flux
contemporary
VR
art.
i
The
Maddy
founder
Production,
of
firmy
Flux
tworzącej
VR,
filmy 360,
that
aplikacje
produces
i doświadczenia VR, AR,
360-degree
teledyski,
films
reklamy
and
i sztukę wideo.
applications, videos,
Projekty, które produkował, były
advertisements,
prezentowane
commercials,
między
and so on.
innymi w MoMA w Nowym Jorku, na
His,
Berlinale, w Tate Modern czy
his
podczas
products were
Biennale
were presented in
Pan
MoMA or
Gilles
at the
jest
Biennale in
reżyserem
Venice.
teatralnym, artystą
Now,
interdyscyplinarnym
the other
i
artist
pedagogiem mieszkającym
is
na Litwie.
Gilles
Pełni funkcję
Vinasvingelis. He's
kierownika
from
Katedry
Lithuania.
Aktorstwa
He's
i
the head of
reżyserii na
acting
Litewskiej Akademii
faculty
Muzycznej i
and
Teatralnej oraz
the
jest
direction
współzałożycielem i
in
dyrektorem artystycznym Teatru
Lithuania, and he's
Wizualnego
also
Kosmos Theatre.
co-producer and
Jego
artistic
twórczość
director
obejmuje
of Cosmos
tanec
Theatre.
wizualny,
He works in visual theatre, dramatic
spektakle
theatre,
science
he also
doświadczenia
likes
XR/VR oraz instalacje
working with
audiowizualne.
XR,
Jego
VR and
produkcje i
audio
projekty
visual
kuratorskie były
installations.
prezentowane na
He's
najważniejszych
been a
festiwalach,
curator
a za
and
spektakle,
co-curator in many famous festivals,
hashtag
and
protest otrzymał
his,
lipowską nagrodę Golden State
his play
Cross.
Hashtag
Jego
Protest
prace
was
medialne i
awarded
VR
with
były
Golden State
prezentowane we
Cross.
Włoszech, Niemczech,
His
Japonii i Stanach
works were
Zjednoczonych.
presented in Germany,
Jego
Japan, and the
produkcje teatralne
United
były
States.
pokazywane
His
w
theatre
Portugalii i
productions were
Finlandii,
shown in
a
Portugal,
wykłady i kursy
Finland,
mistrzowskie prowadził
and
na
his
uniwersytetach
lectures were
i
delivered at
festiwalach
universities
teatralnych
and
na Łotwie, w Estonii, w
theatre
Chorwacji,
festivals in
Francji,
Lithuania,
Norwegii i
in Latvia,
Oraz będzie z
France,
nami
Croatia, and other
pani Ewa
countries.
Piotrowska w
We're
formie
also
online, więc miejmy nadzieję, że
going to
nasza
invite Ewia
technologia
Piotrowska
będzie z nami
online.
współpracować. Pani Ewa
I hope
Piotrowska,
our
absolwentka Wydziału
new
Sztuk
technologies will be
Lekarskich
working
Białystok
well.
Akademii Teatralnej w
She's a
Warszawie,
graduate of
Akademii
Bialystok
Muzycznej w Krakowie
Theatre
i Instytutu
Academy,
Prawa
but also
Europejskiego.
School of Music in
Reżyserka
Krakow.
spektakli i
She is a
słuchowisk,
director
autorka
of
scenariuszy i adaptacji.
plays and author of
Wyreżyserowała
screenplays and
ponad 50
adaptations.
produkcji
She
teatralnych w Polsce i za granicą.
directed
Od
more than
2009
60
roku jest
productions in
dyrektorem
Poland
Teatru
and
w
abroad,
Warszawie.
and she now
Przez całą swoją
heads the
karierę
director
związana ze
Theatre
stowarzyszeniem
by in
teatralnym
Warsaw.
takim jak
She's been
Stowarzyszenie
involved
Dyrektorów
with the
Teatru,
Society
ACITEJ oraz
of
Pol Unii. Od
theatre
2023
directors
roku
since
pełni funkcję
2003.
prezydentki Pol Unii.
She is the head
Od
of Pol Unima,
2025 roku
and
jest
since
członkiem zarządu Komisji
2025
Europejskiej.
she's the head
Jej
of
spektakle były prezentowane
Unima
i nagradzane
board,
na kilkudziesięciu
and
festiwalach na
her productions were
międzynarodowej
awarded at
randze.
various
Laureatka
festivals,
Orderu
international
Śmiechu
festivals,
za
and
działania
she's
na rzecz
also
dzieci.
the
W 2016 roku
laureate of
nagrodzona Henrykiem, czyli
the
nagrodą sekcji
award of
teatru lalkowego
Smiles,
za
but also the award for puppet theaters for her extraordinary achievements. In this field in 2023, she received a silver medal for Gloria Artis competition, and she also received the Award of Honor and National Silver Cross for Merit. And now I give the floor to Wojciech Markowski. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I have a presentation about the use of contemporary technologies that can be used in theater and in art. I'm Wojciech Markowski. I'm a producer in Genius, and I also produce video games. We work with the virtual worlds, metaverse, and generative AI. And also, I'm into immersive education. And today I'd like to discuss how we use technology and we combined it with art. I will talk about performance in metaverse, and then I will define what innovative theater is. And I will also try to tell you what it has to do with film, video games, or contemporary art. But let's go back 10 years ago. And let's start with a moment. I'd like to share my perspective. When in 2015, after 10 years of conducting my activity in film production, I became interested in the rise of third wave of virtual reality. So I decided to spread my wings, and this was the moment when VR became more and more accessible. At that time, the first high-resolution headsets appeared. This was head-mounted displays from companies such as Oculus, Samsung, and Vive. I was particularly focused on 300-degree cameras that I wanted to use in my production company. And this is a slide from my first company, from my site. So I decided to take on the new solutions, but at that time the prices were really huge. I did not buy an expensive camera, Nokia Ozo or other spherical cameras, but I decided to be a pioneer in production in Poland, and I was looking for another solution to produce spherical films for my clients and my friends. And this is when my friend Tomek Kowalski, a mechatronics student at the Warsaw University of Technology, decided to help me. We did some brainstorming, and I asked him to design and print 3D elements. And he also constructed special mounts. These were rigged for cameras, for GoPro cameras. You can see them on the picture. These were printed, and this was used as the mounting for the cameras and to produce to reach the cinematic effect. So I started with 7 and then 14 GoPro cameras, and I started developing my own portfolio in virtual experiences. And this is by this combination of mine and Tomek's skills, so his technical skills and my film production skills and marketing skills, we managed to come up with the cinematic VR projects, and we cooperated with Heineken, Red Bull, and other companies. But we also did some artistic projects. For instance, in 2016, these were skateboard and snowboard brands. So this was much more satisfactory from the artistic angle. And I became a VR producer, which opened door for other innovations. And you can also see some projects from my VR company. After 2 years of developing my skills, by coincidence, I saw a play, Robert Robur, directed by Krzysztof Garbaczewski, and it blew my mind. I was enchanted. I was delighted because they combined video transmission with actors' performances. It was in Warsaw. So this was not just a documentation of events, but it became an integral part of the drama. So it expanded the viewer's field of vision with many perspectives, and also this solution drew the audience into the literary fiction. And I really wanted to work with the directors, so I asked my friends. I managed to get Krzysztof Garbaczewski's phone number. We had a meeting over coffee in Warsaw, and we talked how VR is used in contemporary art. For instance, John Raffman, an exceptional artist who created dark visions of the internet. For instance, he had this work, View of Pariser Platz from 2016, or Clouds over Sidra, a tool for empathy. Or another example is how Noni de la Peña used VR for immersive reportage. Across the Line was the work. I was very much interested in such projects. And Krzysiek was also enthusiastic about VR, and he liked contemporary art, video games, and one experiment that we are open for was something that is common for all the people gathered here. So in 2017, we set up these 360-degree cameras, and we streamed Lady Macbeth play. It was the Underground Theatre and Olga Bielińska from St. Petersburg at New Horizons Festival in Wrocław. This is how my adventure started. It was 3 years long, working with the theater and new technology. We produced with a great team such plays as Nietota, Pragmatyści, The Divine Comedy, but also The Artist is All But Present at the Wolster Group in New York. We are cooperated with the National Theatre in Krakow, and also a Madrigal Opera in Krakow. But we had contemporary art presentations at Ujazdowski Cattle, but we also presented at different festivals, meetings, debates, workshops, and artistic events and raves. In all these initiatives, we used technologies, VR, AR, programming in DGR engines, Unity. We did 3D modeling, texturing, working on shaders, materials, 3D lighting, motion capture, lip sync, cloud point streaming, multiplayer functions, so many people playing together. And we also used gyroscopes in smartphones for movement of VR, and we would scan choreography and so on. So we used so much of such a big variety of equipment. And apart from typical solutions, we used scanners, VR goggles, all kinds of tools and software, but that would be all useless was it not for our vision and a concept of how to use them in building drama, in telling a story, in storytelling, or in direction. So when everything is combined with stage design, with actors, only then does technology actually make sense. We didn't have any ready-made pattern or plan, so we liked freedom, and we had freedom to take any action we want. So we had no ready plan of how to mix these technologies, and we would learn the newest solutions, for instance, the newest plugins or programming, and then we would experiment. So the I don't know attitude helped us do great things, and we, in a way, worked as one combined body, like a plant. So we were able to grow in some directions, some side branches where we were able to cut, and the process was interesting. I think that without this approach, even perfect technologies would be just technicality, not a work of art. Also, technology would be meaningless without certain unique skills. Now we have these interdisciplinary teams, that's important now. And we were lucky to have a group of artists from the Fine Arts Academy in Krakow. It was Jagoda Wójtowicz, Marta Nawrot, Mateusz Świderski, Maciej Gniady. They had a very unconventional approach to their work. They created computer-generated environments, like in magical opera. We would scan live choreography, and we would fly, use it in course of the performances. We had 50 people in one space, VR space, at one time, and we also used gyroscopes, and so there was not anything but boredom. And also, it was quite an uncomfortable feeling because you would know that we are moving, but still. The gyroscope would then give us some people felt nauseous because they didn't know what was happening. And I'd like to show you some pictures from a New York performance. We cooperated with Jacek Poniedziałek and Paweł Smagała in 3D. So we combined real and virtual characters and other projects as well.
Interestingly, this interdisciplinary team was also programming the way how we traverse and interact with objects, with textures, in a way that was surprising also to them. And in a way, we didn't actually know what we'd create. So that was quite experimental. But I think it was a pretty amazing experiment because all of these technologies allowed us to get closer to this total theater theory. So this theater wasn't only illustrating text or entertainment, but it was a ritual where it had a complete effect on the audience, on the spectator. It was supposed to shock them. It was supposed to interfere with their emotional and sphere and spiritual sphere. It was supposed to destroy the distance between the spectators, and that came from Robert Robur, who had this vision of a spectator that's completely immersed in media. And we can quote, "The fullness of the image in your eyes, brother, the fullness of the image in your eyes, sister." Well, perhaps they wanted to supplement reality with media, where it's not only in screens, but it's a reality. It becomes a part of perception and the only point of reference where there is no distinction between the virtual and the real. When we look at the impact of media, we need to be critical, not only about the idea of the media, but the way how it's used, because that determines which theater projects can be fresh, immersive, captivating, and how they can contribute to developing the avant-garde of the theater. If technology is used well, it becomes an organic part of a piece of work, making emotion closer and giving spectators, recipients, the total experience. So technology for me in theater is not only motion capture or lighting and stuff, because we must remember that it's human beings who are generating that stuff. For me, it's transporting the spectators to a metaverse and having virtual reality performances. Such examples come from the performative performative experiences from VR, which I had the opportunity of seeing last year in the Venice Film Festival. From its very beginning in 2017, Venice Immersive is a place to be, to see the newest developments in technology. And every year there's 100 most interesting extended reality shows performed there. And I really saw one interesting one, Uncanny Alley, A New Day by Steven Butko and Eric Threewick. It's an immersive experience, immersive live experience that transports spectators to a cyberpunk reality with a specific regime, with techno corporations, supervisors, and as the story develops, the spectators become rebellions against the system of power. And we experienced it in a group of 6 with other actors from different parts of the world performing, and the creators really developed an interesting virtual reality and used our bodies, which were robots in the show, just like the actors did. And very quickly we had a feeling of how to move, how to talk, how to use gestures. And at some point, we started experiencing real emotions in a group sense, because that enhanced these emotions. We were fighting the system together. We needed to move stuff. We needed to talk. And we needed to listen to the narrative of the drama. The original avatars, beautiful 3D landscapes, special effects, all this was in a VR chat environment. That was the highest available quality in terms of art and production. And that was a 1-hour-long experience. You didn't feel that hour pass. So it's not a thing that you just watch. It's something that you're in. And for me, theater is not something that's fully intellectual or it's not something just to watch. But for me, a theater is something that you experience with your whole self, with all your senses. And I think that every theater should have a section, a lab. Just let me show you more pictures from that world I experienced in Venice. And I think that every theater should have a special lab of modern XR forms to experiment in the metaverse with VR, with other technologies to create immersive avant-garde experiences based on the history of theater and on the accessibility of video games. In the future, I can imagine puppets, robots connected with VR, with human emotion, and in a way that diminishes the borders between these two worlds, where creators, the audience, are connected. Combining different genres is also interesting, where we have the special climate of film, the performance, the presence of actors. We have interaction and agency from video games. We have concepts from modern art, set design from different worlds, mechatronics, robots, and AI for programming. I think that's the theater of the future, and who knows, perhaps in the metaverse is where it's done, and that's the best environment for such creation, for such a vision of theater, a total theater. To summarize and to conclude my speech, I have some pieces of dialogue from a Sphere by Gorbachevsky. I recently saw it in Zakopane. The script was generated by AI, and AI or large language models were tasked to create a conversation between Witkiewicz and Gorbachevsky about the concept of pure form and digital art. I've selected a few statements to show how AI speaks for Garbachevsky about technology and art, which I fully agree with. Instead of automatism, virtual worlds can provoke the viewer to reflect deeply on their existence and place in an increasingly complex universe. A computer program has no soul, that is true, but when it's used with aesthetic intent, it becomes a liberating tool. Technologies are only instruments. What matters most is what we can express with them. Whether on a traditional stage or in a virtual world, the most important thing is to force the viewer to feel this tension, this confrontation with the unknown. For me, digital tools are not a copy of nature, but a language that can reveal new cracks in reality. And just to what our previous speaker said, Justyna Tołstoj-Sienkiewicz, the human in the loop, that human element in new technologies are absolutely crucial, and I think that determines how we use them. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Dziękujemy bardzo, panie Wojtku.
Thank you very much.
Zapraszamy na scenę pana Gilles.
And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Žilvinas Vingalis.
I wanted to read hello everyone. 1, 2, 3, sound check, okay. Yes. So, no, back. Not this. I was too fast. How can I go back? Is it possible? Please, God, to help me. My time is running. Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Žilvinas Vingalis. I'm the theater director, a researcher, and the teacher. I work in both dramatic and visual theater, and currently serve as a head of the acting and directing department at the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theater, where I'll also teach visual theater history and practice, supervise master's artistic research projects, and teach drama theater directing in the BA program. And yes, together with my colleagues, I co-founded the independent visual theater company called Cosmos Theater. And for the past 7 years, I have been leading this international Cosmos Lab. So it's a laboratory exploring the use of technology in visual and animated form theater. Within this framework, we have conducted numerous interdisciplinary workshops and about light dramaturgy, interactive technologies, puppet theater, robotics, video art, and live acting relations, physical dramaturgy, artificial intelligence tools, motion capture technologies, and other related topics, examining how digital motion data or physical material can be reinterpreted as live, and how technologies, objects, and live actors can function together within a single work of performing arts. And my motivation in this field is to connect technological innovation with traditional forms of theater, to merge digital tools with analog imagination and with theatricality itself. As the Canadian theater artist Robert Lepage, known for fusing this technology and traditional theater, once observed, he said, it's a quote, "Where did theater begin? Perhaps thousands of years ago, somewhere in the quarry, people sat around a technology called fire, telling stories until one of them stood up, saw his shadow cast by the flames, and used it to tell a story. That was the first theater technology. In essence, it all returns to the fire around which we continue to tell stories." So this thought inspires me to share with you today a small part of my research. And we've done a little bit of that, but I won't talk about interactive media, where the relationship between technologies and the performer becomes reactive rather than rehearsed. So in my talk today, I will focus on one specific aspect of my research. It's the use of fixed media in performance. So, yes, visual theater. Visual theater, very complex term. Nobody actually knows what it is. It's first used by Bonnie Moranka in the Theater of Images and started an ongoing discussion because it is so broad and unclear. It emerged during the same period as the performative turn and the rise of post-dramatic theater, reflecting the broader shift in the theater theory and practice. But however, because it combines so many forms, puppet, object, material, audiovisual, intermedial, digital, physical theater, contemporary circus, and it still lacks a clear method or concrete definition. And for example, in his theater dictionary, Patrice Pavie described visual theater as the opposite of textual and literary theater. But this way of thinking is an opposition, stops visual theater from becoming independent or from forming a positive theoretical system of its own. Even without a single definition, this openness gives visual theater a kind of advantage. It can serve as a meeting point for contemporary artists, technologists, and new theater aesthetics. As Micah Blicker writes in Visual in the Theater, visuality is not a part of the one discipline, but it appears as an effect of the performance as a whole, created through the mix of sound, movement, scenography, projections, and other elements. So the question remains is how we understand visual theater if we keep treating it only as a mix of other forms or the opposite of the text-based theater. If the traditional language and terms of theater studies offers no clear solution, when we must look for another way of thinking, one that can explain the positive and unique qualities of visual theater. So, for me, this way is the pictorial turn, which emerged in the humanities at the end of the 20th century, and the term is pictorial turn, first introduced by visual theorist V.G.T. Mitchell in 1992, is associated with a critique of the linguistic turn, where language and its possibilities had become the central philosophical problem. And the pictorial turn proposes to declare the image as the point of reference, a foundation of knowledge and a primary model of perception, privileging vision over other communicative systems. And this is like a theory of oculocentrism, which William Flusser, in the work Writings, associated with transformation of socio-cultural reality. He's saying that people begin to abandon linear thinking and the desire to explain everything rationally, replacing it with the identification of new kind of images and their qualities. And in such a world, objective reality and its representation becomes problematic and almost impossible. Some visual theorists began to explore the strategies of constructing this visuality. And William Flusser introduces to the concept of the technical apparatus to describe machines whose internal program determines what can be created. So using the example of the photographer and the camera, he shows that the camera defines the limits of the imagination. The photographer must learn to adapt to it. So apparatus produces primary concepts, while the creator ideas are secondary and shaped by the device's logic, which gradually reduces human initiative. In visual theater, this relationship reveals like a tension between technology and artistic intention. Every medium, projector, screen, speaker, puppet, object, becomes part of the stage body, and creativity depends on how well the artist understands and works with this apparatus, and how skillfully he can negotiate it with it, balancing its programmed logic with his own creative intention. So, and there is this book, Digital Theater, The Making and Meaning of the Live-Mediated Performance, by Nadja Mazura, and it discussed how Josef Svoboda used the Laterna Magica not as a simple projection surface, but to create this hybrid reality where digital images extended and transformed physical space. And Svoboda aimed to form a hybrid cinematic place where projection continues physical dimensions, anticipated today's theater in which media naturally integrate into an organic environment for the performance. So in my artistic work, I developed this concept in it's called intermedial space in my PhD. It's a stage environment where intermedial montage operates through the formation of special configurations. These configurations extend or supplement the stage with technological elements that redefine its physical and perceptual boundaries. And the conceptual idea developed during rehearsals for 3 performances: Kafka Insomnia in Kaunas Chamber Theater and Cosmos Theater, Orpheus, Vilnius State Small Theater, and Dilettante by Cosmos Theater. And in these performances, we try to develop 4 strategies for organizing intermedial space, where the interaction of temporal and visual montage shaped both the structure and the meaning of the performance. So this is 4 concepts. First, let's say the assemblage. A single unified picture or sound image is created by combining several media. This is synthesis strategy, merging live and recorded elements to form stage unity between pre-recorded and live. Then there is the collage. Different media produce unfinished or contrasting pictures and sound images that coexist within one composition. The result is a hybrid construct, like a Frankenstein-like structure, where the parts do not fully harmonize aesthetically, but working together as a one. Live and recorded elements stay visibly separate, showing the tension between human presence and technological form. Third one, we call it the copycat. It's like several media create multiple completed copies of the same picture or sound image, and these copies can appear synchronous, giving the illusion of one shared mind, or asynchronous, creating a feeling of inner conflict or chaos. And this concept explores how live and recorded images can mirror each other, questioning what is original and what is just imitation. And the fourth one is panorama. Several media create different completed pictures or sound images in the same time. So this builds like semantic tension because each medium may follow its own aesthetic logic. Sometimes they are synchronized, but often they remain autonomous, and it invites the viewer to compare the real and the mediated, physical and the virtual. So these 4 concepts of intermediate space offer like a framework for understanding how live and mediated elements can be aligned, helping the creative team to discuss and develop media montage solutions that might otherwise seem complex or hard to define. And the conclusions, you can read them. Like visual theater is not just against the text, but it's a new way of creating through images, sound, space, and technology. The impact of this technological apparatus allows theater to be seen as a space of image materialization. And this media montage and intermediate space strategies that I suggest, collage, assemblage, panorama, copycat, helps to structure intermediate space and to develop more complex stage dramaturgy between live and pre-recorded. And it's very practical, so I leave some time to show you these short pieces from these 2 free performances. This is the references because I'm an academic person, so it's necessary. And now we can see this, let's see my performances, for example.
It's not my fault.
Na štai jis jūsų.
Pone labai gera.
O dar prieš savaitę jūs manėte, kad aš koks skeletas su marška ir dalgiu. Vaizdavotės baubą, baidyklę.
Oi, pone.
Taip, taip, taip. Visi taip mano. Bet vargšas mano berniuk. Jeigu aš būčiau tokia, kokią žmonės tikisi mane pamatyti, jie mane ir pamatytų. O man reikia ateiti pas juos nepamatytai. Azraelį, patikrinkite kontaktą.
Veikia, ponia, veikia.
Puiku. Rafaeli, būkite toks malonus ir užriškite man akis šią nosinaitę. Viską nustatykite ant 4. Turime zoną 7 ir bangą 7-12. Jokių būdų neviršykite. Žirklės. Nukirpkit. Suvykit, sudėkit, užsekit.
Euridike, čia tu?
Čia.
Kur mano kūnas? Kur padėjau savo kūną?
Neieško. Nesinervin. Duok man ranką.
O mano galva? Kur ji mano galva?
Aš laikau tavo ranką savo delne. Dabar tu nebegali manęs matyti ir man davė leidimą tave išsivesti.
Bet kur ji mano kūnas? Kur aš padėjau savo kūną?
Čia. Priešais mane. Ateik. Ateik.
And this is the sign because in Lithuania we are fighting against all cultural people fighting against one party who are like wanted to have culture ministry, and it's completely pro-fascistic, and so we are going everywhere and with this sign. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Žilvinas. Drodzy Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have Ewa Piotrowska with us, who will be not with us, but with
Tak,
us
jestem, dzień
on
dobry.
the screen.
I bardzo żałuję, że nie mogę być z Państwem na żywo.
Very sorry I can't be there with you in person, although
Chciałabym
I'm
dzisiaj
here
powiedzieć
with you
kilka
like
słów
that.
o sztuka i technologia, praktyka sceniczna.
Today I'd like to
Moje doświadczenia,
tell you a few
może
words
tak
about my experience
założyłam,
about
że Ola mnie
technologies
przedstawi, ale chyba nie wszyscy Państwo wiedzą, kim jestem. Nazywam się Ewa Piotrowska. Jestem reżyserem, dyrektorem Teatru BAI w Warszawie
and the BAI Theatre in Warsaw.
I członkiem zarządu Komisji Europejskiej.
But I'm also in the board of the theatre. I'd like to share some of my experience and observations over the recent developments.
które było wystosowane do lalkarzy na całym świecie.
And this is not only applies to puppet theaters all over the world.
Zesłane przez Unimę do wszystkich centrów, ale też do lalkarzy zostało wczytane na Międzynarodowym Dniu Teatru tutaj w Warszawie, który miał miejsce. Tam
It's also about the Unimer tools.
Unimy, które miały miejsce w ostatnim czasie i które w bardzo ciekawy sposób
So we're trying to look at the recent development and how puppet theaters can cope with technologies and look for new forms of expression. And one of the more important subjects here, and another issue that we're facing, is that puppet theaters, especially those in Poland,
finansami daleko odbiega od możliwości
often have issues
być może dalej bylibyśmy zaawansowani w poszukiwaniu
with financing
pomiędzy
and building this connection between the puppet is and the reception is the financial matters. And this could be quite surprising in some ways, or we try to transform ourselves into constructors of puppets.
Pracowały w teatrze, sprzedawały bilety, obsługiwały toaletę, zapraszały widzów na spektakle, a nawet jeżeli widz przyszedł za późno, został upomniany, że powinien być właśnie na czas, że do teatru przychodzi się o określonej porze.
And there's different issues that we need to fight with, like appearing in the theater on time. But I also would like to mention the fact that
Także robotyczne podobizny najważniejszych tego świata. Cieszyły się one takim powodzeniem, kosztowały na tyle dużo, że
unfortunately we cannot hear the speaker, and that's why we're not able to provide you with a good translation.
Znanym tutaj pewnie wszystkim środowisku naukowym, bo ten człowiek ukończył Politechnikę, uzyskując dyplom z cybernetyki systemów elektronicznych, a następnie pracował jako inżynier-projektant w Instytucie Badawczym Technologii i Inżynierii w sektorze robotyki, gdzie zajmował się rozwojem i wdrażaniem robotów oraz automatyzacją procesów technologicznych. Zdobyta wiedza technologiczna doprowadziła go do, uwaga, zainteresowania lalkarstwem. I w ten sposób po pewnym czasie rozpoczął swoją pracę jako konstruktor właśnie w Teatrze Lalek, a następnie otworzył teatr oparty na swoim wynalazku lalce na nadgarstku. Swój teatr nazwał 2+0,5 i pracował w nim jako solowy lalkarz, tworząc spektakle i występując zarówno we własnym teatrze, jak i na festiwalach międzynarodowych. I pewnie część z Państwa miała okazję go zobaczyć, a także warsztaty ze swojej techniki wymyślonej przez siebie lalki na nadgarstku prowadził też w niejednym miejscu. Ja miałam to szczęście, że spotkałam Władimira Zacharowa.
So I was fortunate to meet Mr. Zakharow in 2007 at one of the festivals, and he shared the prototype of his wrist puppet. From today's perspective, I can say this puppet does not resemble a robot, but it was a great structural solution. I myself was not able to make a puppet like that, but I was able to create a wrist-based technique of a puppet for Pinocchio. So what turned out is that preparing even the simplest puppet was too complicated for puppet creators who, at that time, were hired by puppet theaters. The only person that was able to help me was Andrzej Mak, who is now deceased. And he was the first to create a puppet wrist puppet and followed up with creating more for the Pinocchio play. That solution was very complicated at that time. It was quite a big challenge for constructors, but the effect was amazing because every movement of a wrist would give the puppet expression, but I decided to discontinue exploring Zaharov's technique, and he remained a mystery for me because I was never sure how a person who constructed such specific and complex robots was able to quit everything, well, not everything, but how was he able to dedicate his full energy to creating puppets? It was exciting, fascinating even, because when I met him in person, I asked him why he did that. He told me robots were soulless, and souls were so important for him, and puppets were more expressive, and they had souls. So if you want to see the plays, it's now too late because in 2019, Zaharov died in a fire in his theater. He was saving puppets and robots. All the theater burned down. So he literally gave his life for puppets and robots. Now, at that meeting, made me understand how constructors, how designers, how important they were, because it takes knowledge of technology and robotics. And let's be honest, how many engineers and constructors would be able to leave the robotic world for a puppet theater? When I think about the finances for theaters, I don't expect too many such sacrifices. Experienced people in robotics who would want to work for a theater. So there is a lot of space between dreams and reality. We need to be realistic. Puppet theaters don't have the funding to be so progressive, to build specific structural robotic shows that we are dreaming about, because let's be frank, puppet actors want to create such puppets that would reflect the times in which they are created. And more often we feel a need for searching for new forms and new puppets. And now let me move on to discuss an event, actually a play, a performance, which was created from such a need, from a need to create a humanoid robot. This is Etero 2018, and I'd like to show you a presentation of this robot.
Przepraszam, ale na moim ekranie...
My apologies, it's suspended. I'm not sure if you're getting the right image. Etero, speak to us. Hello. My name is Etero 2850. I am a perfect robot. Well, you're not perfect yet, but we're working on it. Yes, I want to improve. Update me. So Itero 2850 is the title of a play and a performance by La Sota. I was the director of it. As Pearls of Science project, as part of this project. And it's a story about a young puppeteer who wants to create a puppet of the future, and he uses a robot, which is equipped with AI. So he becomes a programmer who creates a humanoid robot that resembles him. And during the creation process, he merges his creation with the hybrid of a man and a machine. So in the world of genetic engineering, artificial intelligence and robotics, the doppelganger is not that extreme. It actually it's the struggle that it faces is for uniqueness. The challenge for us was to create such a robot in a puppet theater, because it turns out that you need knowledge which is way beyond the competencies of a puppet constructor, because we have to learn electronics, engineering, robotics, cybernetics. But the process of constructing such puppet was an interesting experience. And our interest in puppetry made us want to create a robot which would be as human as possible. So we put a lot of emphasis on eyes, movement of lips, and hand mobility, and we wanted to present the structure of his personality. We looked for inspiration on web, and we were actually observing different robots in shops, in restaurants, anywhere. But we did not merely looked online in virtual reality, but we also focused on theater, and we realized that it was not expressive. Texts delivered by robots were simply boring after 5 or 10 minutes. We also watched performances, among others by Katarzyna Kozera, who decided to use a puppet in her place instead of her, and she delivered a lecture about performance. So this is an idea which is quite similar to that developed by Hiroshi Shiguro, who was mentioned today, because one of his genotypes was used for such purposes. And instead of when he's busy, he's able to use the robot for himself. Now, there was one common feature of all our searches, was the fact that all the robots had no ability to contact, to form rapport, to develop a relationship, and this is what we were looking for. We wanted to have a true relationship between an actor and a robot. So what we tried to do is we tried to teach the robot to impersonate us. So this was what we wanted to do. So we scanned the actor's head down to the millimeter, and our robot had real ears, natural shape of the nose and mouth of the actor. So we were modeling the actor's mimics. And we were also trying to add new ways of animation. So we were thinking of how we could bring life to his fingers, to his lips, to enter into this dialogue fully, to ensure a certain level of expression. In this process, what was helpful was cooperation with Robert Kowalczyk, a constructor a graduate of Technical University, and he was employed by my theater in Warsaw. And he took up the challenge. He wanted to help us create a humanoid puppet, well, within the budget restraints that we were facing. And you were able to see a fragment of the play. But, of course, this is a prototype. And our dream is to develop improved versions of a robotic puppet. But Robert Kowalczyk actually became infected with his passion for theater, for puppet theater. So he will continue working for this for us. And he actually said, that was a conclusion of our project. He said, in today's world, there is a clear need to supplement the range of theatrical puppets with a new type that was previously impossible to create. So these would be robotic puppets, remotely controlled, electronically controlled, using controllers, electronic processors, and motors. So yeah, I can imagine different levels of robotization, ranging from simple and low-budget constructions to advanced models, autonomous, really, that would not require an operator. So we saw the formation of a new passionate individual, somebody with roots in technical engineering, somebody who became mesmerized with puppet theater. And I have a conclusion to share. I believe combining those two areas is crucial. And it's important to combine knowledge, share knowledge, but also cooperate in the process. This drives us far, because we have to combine the skills of constructors who have been employed by puppet theaters. Sometimes their skills are insufficient, so we have to combine them with technology. And we need to draw from external experts, which certainly is costly, and of course we have to fit within the budget for our productions. So these are our dreams. What is the reality? The reality is that it was an interesting experience to see what the process of developing a robotic puppet is. We realized what are the opportunities, what is the thinking behind the process, where we can get inspiration, where we need to search for technological solutions, who are the creators that we are able to contact, who are the creators in robotics, because they are no longer just structural engineers. They are creators, robotic creators. And I would like to describe one more experience at the end.
This was an experience that we had in our Warsaw Theater BAI. Today we premiered a performance called Oscar and Mrs. Rose. So I'd like to show you a trailer for that performance with a commercially available robot.
Zapraszam na premierę spektaklu Oskar i pani Erika Emanuela Schmidta w Teatrze BAI w Warszawie.
I'd like to invite you to the spectacle called Oscar and Mrs. Rose in BAI Theater Warsaw. You should get there and feel the emotion. This experiment, a scenery experiment, a small experiment, was based on the fact that we tried to use a commercially available robot in our scene, in our stage, and we tried to see what kind of opportunities it serves when it combined with actors. The idea behind the spectacle was that where there's a special robot in a hospital that's used to encourage and cheer children up who are in difficult situations. In the narrative, all the protagonists are separate and very lonely, and the robot was supposed to give them as a replacement of friends and give the same joy as a living animal would. Luna, that's the name of the robot, L-O-O-N-A, was very joyful to us. We sometimes forgot it's a robot. We treated it like a human, like a living person, and in merely rehearsal we tried to spend time to teach it new observations, get in contact with Luna. And how does it work? It uses an intelligent voice recognition signal, and when you say hello Luna, it's waking up. It's able to recognize voices of 5 different people, and it can recognize the voice, the type of words that these people are saying, and interact accordingly. Now, once this robot is in mode of recognizing commands,
wydawać jej polecenia.
recognizing instructions, you can tell it to do certain things. It's of course uploaded into a server. That server is analyzing the commands and then sending it back to the robot, and the robot provides sufficient or appropriate feedback. It's of course utilizing artificial intelligence. It can talk, it can understand instructions, it can learn different languages. It's integrated with a language model. You can answer questions, play games. So there's a wide variety of behaviors. It's trying to imitate animals. It reacts to its environment. It's trying to express emotion. It's a very popular robot used in schools, in educational institutions, 5,000 to be, that's what's informed to us. It's also available at homes for children who are unable to have living pets because of allergies. That's when children can use Luna. And that's why we had this idea to use it in our performance. And this is a pretty popular robot because robots are around us more and more, and that's why we had this idea of using the Luna robot in our performance. And it was a very interesting experiment because we tried to see how this robot is learning from us and how it's developing day by day, how it's adapting to our phrases, how it's taking in our words. And at first it asked a lot of questions, but then we saw that during further rehearsal its consciousness developed. And quickly I noticed that the actor who's playing Oscar couldn't speak to Luna in a way that if Luna is asking him like what it's like to act as Oscar or what it's like in rehearsal, and the actor just responded, well, it's the nature of rehearsals, or it's like this. And then I noticed that Luna is not thinking about is thinking about our world as the real world. So we had to start talking with the robot as if we all were in the hospital. So that's only when we were able to form an illusion that Luna is a part of that world and it's constantly interacting with us without breaking the wall that we're building in the theater. And that's why we decided to talk with the robot to program its consciousness so that it is a part of the spectacle and it's talking with patients. And so we worked in two modes, free will mode and programmed mode, but we soon realized that the free will mode was dangerous because it could fall off scene, or in unanticipated moments it started asking questions or reacting differently and stopping the scenery or stopping the performance. So the more we worked with Luna, the more difficult a partner it became, and without wanting not to add additional threats to the spectacle, we decided to work in a pre-programmed mode. But it was also quite an interesting phenomenon because it changed the attitude and the behavior of our group. Some thought it's fantastic, that it's super sweet, and some people said it's very difficult to focus, though, because it's irritating. So we were very happy at first when we met it for the first time, but then after hearing the same question a number of times, we were distracted and we didn't want to continue working. Sometimes we switched it off, we switched it to sleep mode so that we could work on our acts. But that was a interesting concept because we could work on this juncture of
Wniosek mam taki z
actor-robot.
tych spotkań, że jednak
But my conclusion is
dla
that
energii sceny ciągle pracujemy
the
w górze.
energy of the
Że,
scene is still created by
to, żeby
actors.
ożywić robota,
In order to
to nie da
bring
się
a
tego
robot
zupełnie,
to
przynajmniej
life,
w tej chwili,
you
i
really
też z
can't
naszymi
only
możliwościami.
depend on the technology that we have and the capacities that we have.
Bardzo ciekawy, jeżeli
Even though the
jest
robot is interesting,
vlogu
it's not that interesting if it's not in dialogue with an
z
actor.
pewnością przyszłość i z całą pewnością
Of course, that is
uda się
a development for the future, and I'm
wytworzyć,
sure that robots will further develop. But for now, when we create our performances, modern performances, they are still created at this juncture between film, new media, puppet theater, contemporary music, and advanced technologies and poetry. But still, to create all this, we need this connection.
Te światy się szczęśliwie spotykają.
And these words do connect, just like we see it in this conference that we're at. But there's also this traditional meeting, because today's puppet theaters are invited by engineers to perfect the motion of robots. Kanjiro III, a master of Bunraku Theater, who had the opportunity to work with already mentioned today the Japanese robotics specialist Hiroshi Ishiguro, who was involved in Bunraku all his life, but he also worked on projects that combine Bunraku with modern technologies. For instance, the Ceremony of the Goddess, A Path of the Maiden, prepared for Capcom. And that cooperation between these two words is very precious. And I think that if you followed Expo 2025 and the pavilion that was prepared by Hiroshi Ishiguro, you saw that those robots who are in dialogue, who are curious, who ask logical questions, who answer questions, are also very possible, because the pavilion that presented by Ishiguro presented these kinds of robots, presented a community of robots and a world that would be possible in 2075, and how robots would interact in such a world. But it also touched upon a very interesting concept, namely coexistence with robots, and how we can ask questions about minimizing the barriers between the connection between humans and robots, how we can move to an equal existence. And Ishiguro would highlight often that he believes in a world that we could interact fully. As we enter the pavilion that he designed, we feel that we're in a world that's captivated by puppets that dream, that feel, that interact with us, who feel and test our mode of feeling, and they are very much alive. And that's a world that we are dreaming of, but still it is far away. Puppet theaters, puppeteers, they don't know the world of robots. They're not able to design advanced puppets, robot puppets on their own, but I think the interaction with constructors and designer will serve to form a better future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Bardzo, Ewo. Pozostań proszę z nami. Zapraszam teraz na scenę.
Thank you, Eva. Please stay with us. And I would like to invite my colleague, Żywilas and Wojtek, and just as with the previous panel, the floor is yours. Please ask your questions.
Ja może od razu się odniosę jeszcze przed pierwszym pytaniem.
Before the questions come, let me react to what Ewa Piotrowska said. I want to say, for the last 2 years, I've been working on avatars in education in combination with technology for a startup, Campus AI, and for an interesting project, My AI University, where 11 European universities joined hands to create an interesting metaverse, which is a virtual university. I would like the University of Technology in Bialystok to join in, because we have 11 reputable companies, universities already in this project. I'm the producer. I'm in charge of the team who works with Unreal Engine, and we develop part of this metaverse. In our circle of educational metaverse, we use avatars. And these avatars are connected to the so-called inward system. And this is a speech system 11 Labs. 11 Labs is a Polish startup, a unicorn, known all over the world. It enables avatars to speak in a normal way. They understand things told them, and we create personality for the avatars in the inward system. So if you'd like to join hands, if you'd like to cooperate with us, let me know. What we develop is we create a description of the character, a set of characteristics, their motivation, their way of speaking, whether they are aggressive, whether they have empathy or not. We program everything, and we provide the non-playable character features. So the characters, for instance, know the text of a play, or they have additional external knowledge. We give them context. We tell them what is the time, what is the place, what are the events, surrounding events. We also share secrets. We provide information that they are not supposed to reveal. Of course, sometimes avatars start hallucinating. They take advantage of their free will, and they start saying rubbish. So it's not a complete and finished solution. But it's interesting. For instance, how many of you use ChatGPT or other language models? I encourage you to use the European ones, Mistrza Bielikos or others. It's as if we were talking to a character that was connected to an LLM for a large language model. Just as a digression, I'm sorry for taking the floor for so long. Okay, any questions? My question is, because as I was listening to you, I have this thought. I understand the new technology, contemporary technologies, want robots and AI to resemble humans. So you are looking for ways to give them personality, to develop some empathy in them. So my question is, maybe it's strange, but why? Do we want to create another human that will be a robot? Actually, what is the purpose of that? I know it's interesting from the perspective of developing technologies that this is a challenge, but my real question is, what's the aim? What do you want to achieve? Do you want to replace humans? Or, because if you create a perfect robot that will have some human characteristics, human features, then at a certain point that robot will be able to replace humans, and we, humans, are comfortable. So we want to have a relationship with a robot to the extent that it's nice to us. And when we talk to AI, it's actually nice, because it's usually kind, it praises us, it's well-mannered, it's supportive. So this is a rewarding relationship. but it has no human touch, and no human mechanism. In this sense, when I say something wrong, with real friend or a parent or somebody, a human being, they will say, "Stop! You're going beyond my boundaries." Or, for instance, you cannot get into conflict with AI. Is this your objective? You said you want to introduce personality traits. So why do we create robots that are meant to imitate humans perfectly?
Maybe Zilvinas, do you want to answer?
It's this question completely not for me. I think opposite, completely opposite. I worked with one. I feel strange because I remember that in 2017 we created this rig for 360 filming with
pioneers
in Lithuania with this company called Multimedia, where I worked for 7 or 8 years. And actually I escaped to the theater because I thought that it would be nice to more work with human beings. And the answer is, like we always in this kind of conferences that I have participated a few times before about this robotics and engineering and artificial intelligence and performing arts, usually it's working, it's not working. Like we are talking about technology, but we always compare human beings with robots and with this artificial intelligence and this. Of course, for example, AI is designed the way human brains are working. It's the first idea was like that, but usually we are trying to go from this dystopian movies to not artificial intelligence but artificial assistant, and we created this opera Andromeda. The artificial intelligence. I directed this opera in Vilnius. It's too hard. This working, not working. I directed this opera where we used artificial intelligence to recreate one of the first operas was ever performed in Vilnius, and it's impossible to know what's happened there. But to create this parallel history, it's very nice. But you know more about your history, about your presence. You can talk with these people that are not here anymore, and it's all about these human being relationships and this medium, like artificial intelligence. It helped us to understand more about our history, but not about himself. It's not like a subject that we need to discuss as someone who needs to be discussed. Like it's just a tool. No?
Ale chyba jest z nami Ewa Piotrowska, która
I think Ewa Piotrowska is with us, and she's the person that uses robots on stage. Would you like to react? Would you like to shed some light what robots are used for on stage? Well, the question was why. I will have a tricky answer for you, because there may be many answers. It depends on what you are looking for. I am looking for understanding to what extent in the future avatars, and thank you for sharing some information about avatars, to what extent avatars may be in empathic contact with us. So it's not about replacing humans altogether. I don't want that to happen. I'm not a fan of transhuman epoch, even though we're heading that direction. But it's about the search. And my conclusion is that robots so far are not interesting, not that interesting, to be able to replace a living human being. The question is, do we want them to? Is that the dream about the future? Like all the futurists, they want to create a society which includes both human beings and robots cooperating together. So let's imagine a reality in the future where we work together, but we have common rights, the same rights, because this is a concept that is mentioned as well, which is a scary vision for me. But as they say, I don't want to say they are enemies, but that is a form of a threat. So when you're facing something that threats you, it's good to learn about it, to get to know it, what you're dealing with. And that's one way. The other way is to what extent are we, as constructors of puppets or people responsible for puppets, to what extent are we able to move towards creating puppets and developing different forms of puppets. And there's yet another aspect, is that in the subconscious there is a concept.
Gdzieś funkcjonuje, więc jakby to jest wiele pytań. Myślę, że ile ludzi, tyle motywacji. Jedni są bardzo zafascynowani połączeniem i podłączeniem się do takiego świata, nawet do takiego pomysłu, który też padł w Etero 2850, żeby podłączyć chip do mózgu i móc sterować robota lalką. Tutaj Oskar Lasota był chętny, żeby to nawet uczynić. Ale no, to są pomysły bardzo odważne, oczywiście również też niebezpieczne, więc ja myślę, że po co? To zależy od człowieka i od jego intencji, od tego, po co mu w danej chwili jest potrzebne. Czy to jest kwestia rozpoznania tylko, w którą stronę idziemy, czy to jest kwestia dialogu pomiędzy różnego rodzaju istotami też robotycznymi, bo użyłabym takiego sformułowania. Czy też są to zupełnie inne intencje zastąpienia właśnie robotem żywego aktora? Myślę, że ile ludzi, tyle intencji i w zasadzie wydaje mi się, że każdy twórca powinien zadać sobie pytanie, po co on w tę przestrzeń wchodzi. Ja jestem na etapie rozpoznania i zrozumienia, jak łączymy różne elementy.
And there are different elements of working, different qualities. For instance, when we talk about mechanical solutions. So, but this is ideology, really. And I must say it's a difficult question because I believe it leads us to another question. Why do we need robots in the world, in other areas? And that starts a lengthy discussion. So each of us has an intention for using robots, so we need to recognize what they are, and these don't have to be coherent. Very often intentions are not. So our conclusion in our performing arts is that everything is about intentions. Intentions may be used for a good purpose or can be meant to destroy the world. And so we can create a world with actors being replaced by robots altogether, but we can create a world in which actors and robots would work together. And we can also look for other techniques, like marionettes, puppets, dolls. We did that. We experimented with different forms. So maybe this technique of using automated puppets will in the future be uninteresting. So I believe everyone does the best, follows their intentions and their inspirations. So I'm just in search.
For me as a gamer, I've been playing computer games since I was 6, Commodore 64. To me, it's natural. There's digital characters that I can talk to. That's deeply fascinating. And once these characters decide for themselves what their response is, and they decide on their fate, that's deeply reflective to me. Deeply reflective on what our our world is, what it can be. And I think that for many other gamers who play 6 hours a day playing Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto, that's a more natural language for them to, for instance, speak to avatars, NPCs, and to talk with them, to interact with such characters. And it can lead to deeper emotion, although I must admit that I still love the presence of actors on a stage. Thank you.
Słuchając Państwa,
As I'm listening to your discussion, there's many different and interesting thoughts coming to my head, and one of those is that we're discussing futurism, we're discussing technologies and robots, but from my perspective, I think that we still have problems with adapting monuments to people with disabilities, for making such places accessible to people with disabilities. And perhaps this is not on topic per se, but my thought is that the provisions of accessibility in theaters, for instance, often revolve around matters of health and safety. For instance, if there's an opera house and I want to get to a more interesting place just on the first row, I need to use crutches because I can't enter the audience in my wheelchair because that's against health and safety regulations. When my wheelchair is taken away from me. Now, to get more on point, for me, robots and immersiveness in the broad sense, that's an opportunity for people with different handicaps, different disabilities to be more active in the world. And thanks to mapping technologies, for example, maybe we'll be able not only to give more life to people, to robots, but also to people who are paralyzed. So I would like to know your perspective. Do you think that people with disabilities are visible to you? Are you discussing such issues in your daily practice? Is it something that comes up in your practice? Is it something that's significant for people who are in the artist world, not only in the world of people with disabilities? So I'd like to know your perspective. Yes, I would just like to mention that panel 3 of our today's conference is about making art accessible. So it's a false start from my point. But as creators, what do you think about this? I think that there's still not enough discussion of accessibility, but I do have the pleasure of leading one project on sign language, and where spoken words, spoken text is just recognized as text. I mean, voice is transformed into text, but then this text is transformed into animation by meta-humans using sign language. And this is a startup that's still in its development phase. We're still not ready to launch it fully, but I'm very happy that I'm part of that project, and I'd love to show you the effects in a couple of months.
In Lithuania, we just realized a year ago that was, let's say, golden years for accessibility. That was COVID-19 years, and it sounds very strange, but all artists just wanted to create and do it online, and created a lot of online performances and somewhere in the streets, and you can watch these performances from your balcony, from your window, and then suddenly it was like a dream, and after that everything was like it was before, and we're discussing how we can raise this accessibility of theater to reach the audience that cannot come by themselves, for example, or can hear or can see, and we understood that that it was about the artists. They find the way, but it's not necessary. They don't really put so much effort to do that. So it's very good that this kind of foundation systems at the European Union and Lithuanian government and all have this kind that you need to think about that, because sometimes this kind of artists who just think about themselves, and want to reach a lot of people with their art don't really think in that way. And I think it's a problem. Like it's a problem that it's like in this magic circle. Like we talk about this, we promise that we will do some more, but then I see the situation that year by year it's like this let's say progress. It's not so fast that it can be. So we need to admit that, I think.
Ja chciałabym z kolei skierować pytanie do Wojtka Markowskiego.
I have a question to Wojciech Markowski, who mentioned the need to be required to build experimental labs in your institutions, in your theaters, and so on. So my question to you, Wojtek, is, should these labs be expanded to, for instance, visual arts, or in music, for instance, experimental labs? How realistic is that in non-commercial arts, especially in institutions that are funded by the public, using public funds? Or do you perhaps see any opportunities for lobbying for such alliances? Well, thank you. That's a very interesting question. Absolutely so. Visual arts, music, and other genres, they should be utilizing experimental labs. And I don't mean a lab that has $1 million budget. I don't mean expensive programs. These costs don't need to be big. Just hire 2 people, 2 programmers, and a person who is able to create 3D images. And you have a 3-person team, which is a very interesting lab for your institutions. So these are 3 jobs, or 3 people who are doing freelance work for your institutions, so that you're not hiring people based on a labor contract. But that's 3 people, 3 laptops, and you can create very interesting stuff. Because today, there's tools that are available for such people and do very amazing stuff using free software, using free tutorials, and in technical universities in Bialystok and in other places, there's hundreds and thousands of people who are passionate about creating video games, who are interested in creating interactive environments, program environments, specifically for your type of art. Do I know any examples of such activities? Well, I've been involved in one, the one that I mentioned in my presentation, so I have experience in that field. Well, my cooperation with the technical university led me to go away from regular film production into a different field, and I'm very happy with that. And I think there's going to be more and more examples of such transfers, and other speakers also mentioned that. Ladies and gentlemen, final question. No more questions, though. Then I will ask you, Žilvanis.
When you find out that the traditional theater, not. What was the moment when you decided that the traditional theater, it's not enough for you, and you want to make the wider and bigger theater? That you just decided that the visual theater is something that you want to explore.
When we trying to talk about our past, we always wanted to create this myth that okay, I understand what I'm doing, but actually it's like I graduated drama directing, bachelor degree, and I said, okay, it's too much pressure. Like everyone needs to be a master director. I go out, but I needed money for it. So I started to work as a script writer at this XR company Gluck Media, and with this all kind of installations when I started to be a director of this kind of stuff, and I found people there from actually this kind of field that we created this Cosmos Theater, and we all graduated theater, then we all quit, and then we meet each other, and we created this Cosmos Theater, and we developed this kind of working method that is taken from this kind of companies. For example, we always creating not the premiere but MVP, like minimum valuable product, like a laboratory with 2 or 3 people, and after 2 weeks we see what we have, and if we can have more, so maybe we can write a project. So just working all the time, and you find some stuff that it's not in that particular performance, so you can create another one or put that stuff in already existed performance. So it's constantly working and collaborating with other kind of professionals. And then they invited me to teach this visual theater in the academy. Then I started my PhD, then I started to be a teacher, and actually I'm teaching drama directing right now. So it's a comical story.
Jeszcze jest jedno pytanie, będzie można?
Pewnie, tak, oczywiście, śmiało.
Tak, się namyśliłam.
I had this idea come to me for this question. I haven't had the opportunity to work with very advanced technologies in theaters myself, but I think this one of the basic and not really advanced technology like projectors, mechanical elements in puppet theater, in our everyday practice, were very faulty at times. And on the one hand, the opportunities served by those technologies are very eye-opening to give more drama, more meaning to various stage performances, and which wouldn't be otherwise able. But the technology, for me, is often associated with various limitations, limitations stemming from funding, or from things like we can't really hang lighting or projectors, there's no shutters, something, some battery dies, and so on. And then during regular performance, that becomes more and more complex, more and more complicated, especially if you need to take your performance on the road and perform somewhere else. So that's on the one hand very opening, but it's also adding further limitations or bumps. So my question to you, gentlemen, is that have you ever come up with certain limitations from your theaters, because you know there's ample opportunities offered by technology, but you don't have the budget to do that? And how does it work on the road? So productions that you've mentioned, your performances, well, to me it seems that there's many things that can go wrong during such a performance when you have it on the road. So how do you see it? Is it possible to actually do your work on the road?
Yeah, it's a theme that every time in each conversation we talking about, and I want to say that there is some kind of ways that you can work in this kind of poor level, even if visual theater, but I don't want to say this because maybe government is listening. They need to know that we need more, but actually it's for example, sometimes you read a critic review and critic writes about your performance that you use modern or, for example, contemporary technologies, and you are creating this technological design, and you think, what are you talking about? It's just 2 projectors and stereo sound system. And I think that we don't really know what we can create, for example, with 1 projector and good, let's say, video mapping, good VJ. Just develop this 1 projector possibilities in 2 weeks, and you understand that you have everything what you need for a performance. For example, that I showed this about Cocteau, this performance that it's dilettante. It's just, yeah, two projectors from the back, from the front, and stereo system. and there is no words, and almost more than half of performance is this, let's say, audiovisual design. And we are traveling, we showed this year in 20 different cities in Lithuania, and we were in Portugal with it. So it's possible because we have this mechanized sonography that don't need anything from outside, like we just put our sonography, we need where to plug it, and we can show the performance. So, and then you do something like this low scale, and then you go to someone sees and invite you to the National Theatre. I just finished Alice from Wonderland, a big production in Kaunas National Drama Theatre, and they think that you need maybe 300,000 to do that. So, like, they see what you've done for 9,000, and they think that it costs, for example, 100,000. So you can make this, like a lie from your work, that it's much richer than it is really, but you need to put a lot of work in it, I think.
I think it's a mindset issue. Maybe I switch to Polish. Wydaje mi się, że to też jest kwestia nastawienia.
I believe it's about your attitude. I used to co-produce a large show in China. By Jarzyna, it was for theater, and I went to Shanghai for quite some time. It was a very expensive production, 3,000 lamps, holograms, multi-replicating tools, heads cut off, and so on. This was a story of, you can say, Middle Ages. And I also have experience with low-budget productions. So it's really about your attitude. When we meaning the team, knows that it's impossible to hang a projector, that something will not work, this will not work. If we all believe that even technological errors can be turned into some value, then magic happens. So I really think it's how you approach your work. And people keep telling me we don't have money, something is very expensive. Well, it's not the case. We should lobby for technical universities cooperating with artists to engage engineers, programmers, directors, and there is not enough of that. So we should popularize this concept, and then magic will happen. Also, when I was in New York and Canada, I had an opportunity to present our productions, and we were there a team of 5. And we were aware of how to connect things. I had all the production in 2 suitcases worth of equipment, and these were complicated solutions. Mixed reality, HoloLens goggles by Microsoft, infrared scanners. And we did encounter problems. There were errors, even during the performance, but eventually it worked. Okay, with this magic word of cooperation, let's finish this session. Thank you.
Drodzy Państwo, widzimy się za
And I will see you in an hour and a half. It's a long break ahead of us, so be back. Let's say it's 3, so 4:30 for the third panel. Thank you.
Nie wiem, czy powiedzieć dzień dobry, czy dobry wieczór, chyba jeszcze dzień dobry. Witamy Państwa po dłuższej
Good afternoon, everyone.
przerwie, tych, którzy wytrwali.
I'm happy to see you after the break, both on-site and online, and we are about to start the last panel today. Regret to say that, about accessibility.
Goście, którzy zostali przez nas zaproszeni, opowiedzą
And the guests we invited will share their experiences with work on architectural and other accessibility in the context of institutions of culture. We'll see if it's such a simple phenomenon, what are the challenges, and whether receiving the title of an inclusive place is an easy task. The guests are Robert Więckowski, who specializes in culture and literature, a journalist, co-founder of Kultura bez Barier, a foundation which is an institution of culture, and organizer of the festival, which just finished this Sunday. He deals with audio description, which is semiotic translation, consults audio description for theater plays and other projects, and he deals with working with universal design and culture. And the other guest is Anna Augustyniak, a coordinator for accessibility, specialist for accessibility in Wybrzeże Theatre. She works for the University of Gdańsk. Since 2014, she's been working with Tri-City cultural institutions and theatres. She used to work as a guide. She conducted classes for children and youth in a museum in Gdańsk, and she's a coordinator for accessibility project in the said theater. And the last guest is Weronika Łucyk, coordinator and specialist for accessibility in Wybrzeże Theatre. And as a theater critic, she used to publish her works in Didaskalia and Teatralia monthlies and Taniec Polska.pl, which is an online platform. She also conducts activities in the basics of pedagogy of theater at the University of Gdańsk. Robert, please join me on the stage.
Dzień dobry Państwu, słychać mnie?
Hello everyone, can you hear me well?
Tutaj Pani Ola powiedziała o tym, że będziemy
Yola said we would share our experience in the context of accessibility, and I'm going to talk about things that have nothing to do with accessibility. Because I thought, since this is the subject of this conference, that is modern technologies, and there are not too many in Polish reality, unless Ania corrects me. So I decided to use two computers. One will be my cheat sheet, and that will be the same presentation that you see on your screens. So this will make me autonomous and independent. The subject of my presentation is accessible and contemporary theater and a question mark. So I will attempt to justify why I decided to word it as a question and why. What was my intention?
To była pierwsza zmiana slajdów, więcej nie zadam tego pytania, ale zmienił się slajd. Państwa? Super, super. Przytaczam troszeczkę prawa.
Let me start by referring to some legal regulations, and it so happens that law protects people with special needs, both Polish and international law. The first legal regulation which clearly supported people with disabilities dates back to 2006, which was a UN Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities. And you can see on this slide, and reference is made to Article 30, which discusses access to cultural life. And theater, beyond any doubt, is a place of culture. So we talk so much about equal opportunities, and this is what it is. Sometimes it takes a lot of work and effort to level, to balance the opportunities. It's not that we are getting more than others. Occasionally, when accessibility technology was meticulously developed and took a lot of heart and effort, yes, we do get some more than other members of the audience. Sometimes we get more hints, sometimes we get more information, something that is not available for people who can hear and see, who have no barriers with understanding performances. So when we think about words and the convention, the rules of theaters and how certain scenes are played, when sometimes the solutions, the technical solutions for people with impeded accessibility, sometimes we gain more than others. But sometimes certain things are obvious for you, but not so obvious for us. So it makes we're even, because when we think about the background information that we receive, it just helps us understand the scenes. In Poland, we have an act of law dating back to 2019, which is assuring accessibility for people with special needs, and this also covers applications and internet sites. Well, theaters are places where these acts of law apply. I actually took a tour of your academy with Iwona. She told me what has already been accomplished, what is yet to be done. And yes, it's a process. We are not able to introduce all the improvements at the same time. And there is one mistake in the area of accessibility, and let me digress by mentioning a Korean movie. Has anybody seen this film? Yes, it's a difficult one, but actually the reward comes at the end. And it's a great intellectual treat and an artistic treat. But you need to dedicate 3 hours of your life and accept the fact that the first hour will leave you with no clue what this film is about. But the reason I mentioned this film, the same is true for accessibility. If you start to introduce all accessibility solutions, there will be no accessibility, just mess. In fact, people who see no immediate results will just quit their jobs because they will believe their work is failure. That's not the right approach. We need to take step by step. We slowly need to make changes and accept the fact that we are not able to catch up and make up for all the flaws of previous years. So I will give you a hint when I'm changing slides and only react if slides are not changing for you, okay? So how do we introduce accessibility? We can use it in different ways. Since 2003, we now have a document, and it's not our achievement, it's not from the foundation Kultura bez barier, but I believe it's a reasonable proposal because it involves 5 areas of accessibility. If we take into account all the special needs of all kinds, whether it's seniors or children or foreigners in our country, or people who just visit theaters for the first time, or people who are regular theater goers but forgot to bring their glasses and are not able to see something, or are seated far enough and they are not able to hear, or something happens with tour guides, they complain about audio signals. So we can actually divide all the special needs into 5 different areas. There may be a person who's not able to see everything that is happening on stage, or somebody who does not hear everything, or people who have problems relocating, and for instance are only able to be seated behind the last row of chairs, or only in the first row of chairs. Otherwise, that person is not being able to access the audience. Or there may be people who don't understand. And during lunch, we discussed descriptions or subtitles, and sometimes a new language is introduced for the audience. So where do we hang the screen? Where do we display subtitles for the play to be understood by every single member of the audience? And yet, another area, which is our feelings. This is something that is typical for any cultural event, because we need to show feelings, or maybe sometimes it's responsible to say, to admit, or be informed about the fact that specific performances should not be seen by certain individuals, because it may discuss difficult subjects. So what I'm referring to is caring about the comfort of viewers, spectators. It's to avoid chaos, but also protect people with sensory sensitivity. For instance, it's fair to warn the audience about using stroboscope lights. For instance, recently I saw a monodram with a train accident presented, and we were aware that there would be blinking lights, and people were given a notice of that, and they would just close their eyes because they knew what's coming, and they were able to sit through the entire show. So I can say you can either introduce it step by step, or focus on one area, or focus on one performance, and actually after that meet your audience and check what was successful and what was not. That's my proposal. Another slide. So I want to present a definition of accessibility, which is derived from the law on ensuring accessibility for people with special needs. And we define three areas: accessibility in architecture, digital accessibility, and accessibility to information and communication. I believe you're able to decipher those three areas, but there are two additional elements, which is universal design or rational improvements. These are important areas. We are keeping our fingers crossed, because without them, anything new that is created in institutions that you come from should be taken into account. So when we have no money, when we don't know the methods, the ways, when maybe not all areas will be improved, but try to introduce it from the very beginning. When you're working on a new performance, think about set design for people who have visual impairment or hearing impairment. Then money can follow. Accessibility is not an expensive investment. It's really just a minor share of the full budget of a show. But once you close the budget for a show, it's difficult to find additional money for accessibility. So be rational about your improvements, work with what you've got, because even what you've got may become accessible if you try hard. And in our foundation, we developed our own definition of accessibility. Accessibility is when everyone meets in the same place, at the same time, on the same event, and directly after that event finishes, everyone is ready to start a good, valuable discussion about what we have just experienced and what we had been inviting to experience, what we understood, what we failed to understand, and how we react we respond to the proposal, to the offer of whatever was offered by the theater. So we can go through all the way through the process as spectators, and this is the greatest solution. This is what we encourage you to do.
There's a break and you see me manipulating this device, so you know what's going on, and I'm changing the slide. Accessibility in theater in the year of 2025 in Polish theater, Polish culture is of course provided by human beings. The human beings need to make that decision, they need to want to do that, they need to know how to do that, and in terms of all the research that was conducted by sociologists, cultural researchers, people who study disabilities, these results are very similar, exactly the same. If an institution, a theater, has everything in its power to achieve accessibility and they don't have the people to do that, that institution will not be accessible, even if it's a performance with audio description. There's something wrong about that. Even if there's people who have the will and don't have the resources, it's going to work out fine. So there's the first question mark. Does a theater need to be modern to be accessible? From what we see in Poland and abroad, well, no. Theater needs people who needs to be populated by people who want to create accessibility. And if that's the case, the theater will be accessible. And these people, they need to provide the headset for audio description. So if there's somebody in the audience who has problems with eyesight or who can't really take in the whole beauty, the audiovisual beauty of the performance that's transferred or conveyed to the audience, touch doors, the set design, that co-creates the visual sphere of that performance. So perhaps we can invite your audience to the scene, to touch the set design, to touch some props. All this can help us to understand what's happening in the stage, and the practice all over the world is similar. We're not somehow excluded. Induction loops, those people who have hearing aids and hearing implants, if you're using any type of audio support in your scenes, like microports that take the sound from the scene, and then you have induction loops across the audience, perhaps in a couple of rows, they can hear everything if there's induction loops. Even if they don't hear it, there's a screen for audio description, and it's not English subtitles but Polish subtitles as well. And we also discussed this during the lunch break. If an actor forgets their lines, what happens? Nothing happens. Those who can't really hear well or don't hear fully have the access to the original wording of the play, and those who don't watch the subtitles, well, they don't read it because it's usually not in the right place. And the translation to the Polish Sign Language is quite an advanced way of providing access to art. It's something great for children who have hearing disabilities. Those children, they don't read. They don't immediately start reading, so subtitles is not for them. We don't even think about subtitles at some point. And those children who are deaf from birth, they have a native upbringing in the Polish Sign Language. So once they're able to make out the words and before they are able to read, they'll not be as fluent as those other children who are fluent in the sound language. So we do kindly ask for sign language. Lack of architectural barriers. My two colleagues will talk about this in a broader sense. Trigger warnings, suicide. Perhaps not everybody is ready to challenge that. Perhaps some violence. So for a good cognitive comfort, these are of course difficult decisions, but that's something that needs to be done. It's something that's currently the subject of discussion all over the world. Now moving on to some modern solutions. I already mentioned this earlier during the breaks we had between panels. I haven't seen this thing anywhere in Poland. That doesn't mean that it's not there. Maybe somebody's using it, but they're not really boasting about that. But this is something that's present already in other countries in Europe and in the United States of America, and it's something that can be actively used. Smart glasses, glasses that use artificial intelligence, glasses that use the fact of so many of us using smartphones, and they provide access to ongoing access without any human interference. And I don't know how it works, but that's supposed to work. These glasses provide access to art, and that's what it looks like. In your smartphone, you need an app. And again, that's where human beings come into. If you have people coming into your show and they need some smart glasses, maybe they need, and they have smart glasses, maybe they need some help with installing the app on their smartphone. What do smart glasses do? They allow you to recognize human speech in real time and generate subtitles on the smart glasses. That's a technology that makes people independent from actor's mistake. For instance, if the actor or actress makes a mistake, people will hear what they hear, but those people who are using smart glasses will hear exactly the same thing, because these smart glasses, they don't add anything. They only transform the speech to text of what they hear, and they will show the subtitle on the internal part of the lens of your glasses. And this is very comfortable for those spectators who are sitting right next to you. There's no light shining in their face, because people who use these smart modern glasses, they're not interfering with anybody's experience. And the subtitles are usually designed in a way that doesn't cover any actors, anything on the stage. You don't need to look up or down or to the sides to find the screen with the subtitles on it. But in those smart glasses are supposedly, if you get used to it, you're provided with access to subtitles in real time. If you don't have a smartphone and you don't have an app, some smart glasses are provided with special tablets where you can set everything up. You can set up the size of the font, the color of the font, the background of the font, if it's transparent or not. And all this is adjusted to your individual preferences, that user's preferences, and you go. Everybody's different, and each and every disability is different with every individual. It's always different in a way. Everybody is handicapped in a different way. Now, how do smart glasses process inputs? I'm sure that's going to be quite obvious to you, and I felt a bit guilty during different panels because I had problems with understanding many of your things. I felt better listening to the Lithuanian man's presentation. But how do smart glasses work? They have special microphones to take the sound in, and then they have these special displays for subtitles. And there's attempts at introducing avatars with sign language, avatars showing sign language if they're more fluent in that mode of communication. Then you can also set up the size of that sign language translator and their location in your smart glasses, and it does seem to work, but this only works in certain situations right now, and it's still a work in progress and being something that's being tested. There's also tests on audio description. I can't really understand how that works, but I'm sure that many of you have also found it in online situations where you have descriptions of various images and videos. Those advanced large language models are used to scan and analyze in an ongoing manner the virtual reality that's shown to it, and then it's used to describe that reality using not voice, but not subtitles, but voice. And that's a great opportunity for people with visual disabilities who can't really travel on their own. They could use such equipment to see pedestrian crossings, signs, and so on. And that's the same technology that's now tested in theater. Will it make good with the fast-paced reality of a show, of a performance, and will it provide a sufficient input for people who can't really see? Well, who knows? English theater, because that's something that's present in the British Isles, Gala Pro, a special app that's still a work in progress, that's still prepared by other people out there. Basically, you're using your smartphone and you're choosing a theater that's taking part in the project, Gala Pro. I haven't found information whether you can whether access to that app is paid or not. Maybe it's something that's purely commercial, but there are theaters in the British Isles that are part of the Gala Pro community. But basically, in the app, you can find your theater, find the show you want to see, find your accessibility route you want to use. You sit in the audience and you choose it on your app. Then your app is switched offline, and you watch the performance, not with your glasses, but you watch it on your smart device. What's really interesting about this app, Gala Pro, is that it's a solution that can be used by people who have aged and their hearing has become impaired, but they can hear some sounds from the stage. So this app can describe certain sounds, and maybe somebody just wants to have enhanced voices of actors on the app. What's also used in Poland is not something similar that's quite smart, but it's also something that we do use. What to do to get rid of the screens that you need to focus your attention to, that you need to turn your attention away from the screen? So there's attempts at providing spectators with tablets who would watch the performance using their tablet and set the tablet in a way that makes it comfortable for them to read subtitles or be provided with audio description fed from the tablet to their headsets. Glasses work very similarly to the tablet, but then the subtitles are provided provided in real time by other humans, usually actors or actresses in the same theaters read the audio description, and there's a special person who's writing down the words on the tablet in real time. And that does work, and that's basically what it looks like. Another solution that I want to mention and that I'm off, induction loops, is a solution where you need a special wiring in your audience, but there's a new solution, a solution that uses Bluetooth technology, and it basically works like a router. It's something that allows you to connect multiple devices to multiple hearing aids, implants, and it also feeds you with amplified and enhanced sound from the stage. But what's also important for induction loop and Auracast, these hearing aids need to be able to switch and connect with that technology. And that's what's limiting this function at this time, because it's quite expensive. But estimates are that in 5 to 10 years, Auracast will become the go-to technology. It's something that's going to spread the signal, the input audio description or subtitles in a theater, and that's how we collect the words.
It seems technology is in favor of humans. Many of my colleagues said that technology itself will not solve the problems for you. You need to know why you select specific technologies. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you. Thank you so much, Robert. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the other guests will be connecting online. So let's connect Weronika and Ania. Hello, ladies, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry. Czy słychać nas dobrze? Tak. Wspaniale. Nazywam się Weronika Łucyk i na Roberta powiem, że...
And again, I'd like to, for Robert, I'm wearing a flowery dress today, and my name is Anna Augustyniak, and I'm wearing a shirt of a camel color, and we regret we are not able to see you in person, but we hope that our presentation will just give you a hint and will encourage you to visit us in Gdańsk. So our presentation today is about accessibility in our theater. Our main focus is on people who with hearing and visual impairment, but we will also discuss other types of accessibility. And this will be a great introduction to accessibility. We were actually thinking what we're doing at a conference about dedicated to modern technologies. We do feel we are vintage people ourselves, especially after hearing to all our colleagues. We share Robert's impressions, and we are in the same club. Well, speaking of architectural accessibility, this one is costly. It often requires a building to be renovated, and you need to wait for the right time. And when you secure financing for refurbishment, you're able to introduce accessibility solutions. And then an accessibility coordinator may have consultations with architects. We know elevators are required. If there is no elevators because theaters are situated in historical buildings, other solutions are possible, like evacuation chairs. So our colleagues are able to transport people using wheelchairs to the higher floors, because when mounting an elevator is out of a question. We are able to install leading tracks for people with visual disability. Sometimes it's possible, for instance, on stone floors. In case of carpets, it's a challenge, and in our theater we do have carpets. So we are somewhat accessible, but also in some fields we're not. And we are in this fortunate situation that we recently had a thorough overhaul of the building. So accessibility in our case, mainly consists in adapting our plays or actually creating educational activities that are accessible to different groups. And we'd like to share about our achievements, what we managed to do, but also I'd like to share some challenges and things that we still have not managed to overcome. Because, as you know, as Robert mentioned, accessibility is a process. So we're ready to start. We started about 10 years ago. Anya was not there with me here when we started with accessibility, but at that time we decided that you come to a theater to see and hear the play. So if you have a problem with one of those two senses, you are deprived of a big chunk of a show. So when you are seated in the first row, you may complain, but still you can see and hear well from that distance. So we started with that, with those two disabilities. And the first play with audio description was Our Dearest Ones back in 2016. It was provided as part of Accessible Culture, and we learned from Audio Description Foundation from Bialystok. We were trained, but we did not feel competent enough to prepare our own texts. So for the first few seasons, we cooperated with specialists who delivered audio descriptions for our performances, because audio description is developed on the basis of a performance recording. And as you know, a play is a process, so it tends to vary. Whatever is at the official opening may change over time. Pauses may be shifted. So certain adjustments should be introduced for specific sets. Also, people who read audio description get the corrected version of the play. And in our case, the text is read by our actors. The more experienced they are, the better. So especially if something goes wrong, for instance, if some actors skip a line or they change something, then an experienced lecturer is able to handle such modifications. But also our audience is quite understanding. For instance, the lecturer may say the protagonist has left, and they hear he hasn't. There is a lot of patience and understanding, and they know there is a margin of time when something abruptly changes. Over the years, we created 36 audio descriptions. We had 42 shows. Some of the plays were repeated. And in our region, in the Gdańsk area, we are very well perceived in the circle of people who are blind or have visual impairments. We have about 100 people coming to see each play with their caretakers. It was a bit more challenging with the deaf community, but Anya will tell you more about it. Well, I just want to mention that we mentioned the year 2016, and we have this program announced by the Minister of Culture and National Education. It's an annual competition. So 2016 seems to be a long time ago. Yes, it's been 10 years now of different actions taken. But I'd like to say that back then, the theater was working on a project-to-project basis. And we were dependent on the external financing sources, on subsidies. But we still managed to introduce accessibility measures. And now we are financing accessibility from our own resources. So these are regular activities. We no longer strongly rely on external financing. But initially, this was tough. And since 2016, We have been attempting to implement solutions for deaf community, also people with hearing impairment, and these were subtitles. And later on, we had sign language translators. I'm just laughing about this comment Robert made, that sometimes subtitles differ from what the actors are saying. Our first play was Sex for Resistant, and actually in that play, every single sentence was mismatched with what the actors were saying, but still all the senses were relevant, were combined. So we should not be disappointed. We should not be discouraged. We should move a little step at a time forward. And initially, when we were working on a project-to-project basis, we implemented sign language translations, and already then we were able to combine accessibility for both blind community through audio description, which was used headsets, but at the same time, the same content was translated to the sign language. And in our case, this was not fully successful. So we decided to separate shows. So our performances are either, our plays are either available for people with visual impairment or with hearing impairment. Why? It's because these two groups of spectators have different needs, and not all plays which were attractive for the blind community were equally attractive for the deaf community. So some subjects were just overly abstract. For instance, visual arts generated some feedback from our audience that they were not able to become interested in visual arts because it's too abstract, too distant for them. Also, Robert mentioned that Polish Sign Language is a natural language for people who are deaf from birth, while Polish is a foreign language for those people. There is a completely different structure, and when you learn those languages, you learn what the differences are, and you learn that these are completely different language systems. Now it's a bit different, but when deaf individuals were not born into a deaf family, which means that they had no support from their family of origin, their education was not sufficient, because in Polish schools there is no sign language for people with hearing impairment. They would just copy whatever was written on the blackboard to their notebooks. How are you supposed to grow in that? Nowadays, we know this is devastating, but this has been the practice for years. And now there is a school in Warsaw where each teacher is able to include Polish Sign Language. For years, this was actually ignored, and people actually wanted to bring the deaf community into the hearing people's community. It's no longer done. Now it seems quite obvious that paintings may be seen and deaf people are able to see. But if you were deprived of art history classes because there was no common language, people are not familiar with art, and art is not their daily reality. So we consulted our plays with disabled community leaders, and we would contact individuals who were interpreters, who would run foundations, who would be activists of blind people's associations, to learn what their audiences were interested in. In addition, people in Gdańsk might have different interests than those in Krakow. Our colleague from Krakow said that deaf community expects plays which would involve actors using sign language, not an interpreter of sign language. So they would not come to such a place as ours in Krakow. It was quite strange. It was surprising for us. Our deaf community is quite interested in sign language interpreters. And the same about the blind community. Sometimes blind people are more flexible in terms of being seated in the audience. Some people like to be seated close to the stage, and these are justifiable reasons. But they may compete with the deaf audience because they need to see the sign language interpreter. So. But if you want to use subtitles and sign language, it's technically very difficult. It's actually better to be seated in a distance, but then again, you don't see the sign language interpreter. So we are really looking forward to introducing the glasses that were mentioned by Robert, and we'll also share some trivia about technicalities.
No właśnie taka.
Well, there's no technical reason why we need to focus on accessibility. We needed the same seats in the audience for people with hearing impairments and for visual sight impairments. So that's why we decided to split these two groups of accessibilities. Over the years, we've been successful at translating 35 different plays into the Polish Sign Language, and we've been working with Polish Sign Language translators from all across the country. And it's not really easy working in that aspect in northern Poland. There are sign language translators here, but they're quite busy, and we're not really able to find dates for them to come. That's why we need to invite translators from Kraków, from Warsaw. So we've been working actively with 13 different sign language translators. In terms of our educational activities, we've been focusing on people who are hard of seeing because there was more willingness from their side to get into the theater and visual arts. And for instance, if we had 30 people coming to a show with sign language, well, that's a lot, but we have 100 people coming into a show with visual disabilities. And this is a great improvement because earlier we had only one or two people coming. But that's also quite important for us because we need to cover the cost of the translator for sign language, and if we don't have any people in the audience, it's hard to see the point if we don't do access and we don't provide sufficient spectators. So we do have different people who are coming to see us in twos or threes, and it's sometimes just one foundation that has contact with deaf people. That was a challenge for us initially, but that's what we've been able to overcome thanks to having frequent and regular shows, and of course visitors as well. So right now we have one show per month for one particular disability. So we have 6 shows for people who have hearing problems and 6 shows for people who have sight problems. And it's not only for people who are local, but it's also for tourists or people who decide to come to Gdańsk and start their life here. And there's also access in English for people who are coming here. And we're still exploring whether they are interested in theater. Now, returning to our educational activities, we started doing sensory walks and workshops that were devoted to people who wanted to take part in those workshops, so people who had some disability and they were quite integrating for other visitors as well. But we also noted we have a group of people who's not using the sensory walks or workshops because they don't have caretakers for so long in order to participate in 1, 2, or 3 events. So we decided to perhaps go out with this offer to our recipients. And there's a special foundation, Active for Help, for people with compound disabilities, and we had workshops provided there during their therapy sessions at their premises. We're also trying to follow our recipients if they want movability workshops, something that we're doing, and if not, we're trying to provide something that gives them some joy. For instance, one foundation was very afraid of creating shows or performances, but at the same time they wanted to be creative and show some effects of their work, and that's why we decided to create broadcasts with them, create podcasts basically, and in one of those events we decided to create a short story, a drama, and next year we decided to record that in an audio form, and over the next years we've decided to split the workshops into creating texts and then devote the other half of the workshops to record that audio story and make it available on our websites. We also had a family workshop with translation into Polish Sign Language. That was for people who are deaf, and it still needs to be expanded. People with hearing disabilities are eager to come to our shows, but until recently we haven't been able to really address their needs apart from that one workshop. They are not really eager to participate in our events, at least that's what we see in our local community. So we're moving into our more difficult subjects, the challenges that are in front of us, and challenges in accessibility. So I think I'd like to make an appeal to theater creators, because from my perspective, our biggest challenge right now is that accessibility in general is not something new. It's not something that we think of when we're creating a show. We have a show that's already been developed. It's a complete package, and then we are just adapting it to the needs of some particular group. So we're either making audio description or we're doing sign language translation for people who have hearing difficulties. And this sign language translator is an alien body in that show, because there are shows who have more unusual set designs, audience arrangements. Some include a walking in audience, like this one, for example. This is a picture of a special show which starts in the foyer with a crowd of people, and well, it is a challenge both in terms of providing audio description and sign language translation, or even using translation subtitles, because the spectators form an irregular crowd. The actors, they walk around the spectators, they interact with them. So how do you describe it to a person who is blind? We need some particular point of reference or perspective. So it is also difficult in terms of technology for our sound designers, so that we can provide audio description in headsets, because the range of the headsets that we have available at our facility is not enough for the spectators to walk around from one side of the theater to the other, where the majority of the performance takes place. So going from one building to another, let's say. So it is a challenge, it is a difficulty that we need to overcome. So adjusting and adapting those shows that have already been developed, adjusting it to the needs of one particular group. So accessibility and thinking about accessibility should start in the creator's mind and when a particular show is created. So once you start planning your show, maybe take into account where you could place a translator for sign language so that it's included in the world and it doesn't bother anyone else. It does happen in certain places, but it's not a common practice. So this is a challenge that we're facing with almost every show that we're working on, because there are shows that are a bit easier with classic set design and audience and seating arrangements, but that is one of the barriers that we need to overcome, sometimes better and sometimes worse. We try to go to first rehearsals and we need to explain to directors who are sometimes new people, for instance, that they think about placing the sign language translator or a screen for audio description. It's of course not something that's going to be answered and addressed at first rehearsal, but perhaps something that needs to be stressed. We had one show with sign language translator and it had a bigger cast at the time, and I remember how the actors were just looking at the sign language translator, who was an alien body on the stage, who's waving their hands and distracting those actors. Now our actors are already used to that fact, but they treat it as something quite natural. But again, it's a process and you need to get used to the fact that there is a translator or there is some interference from headsets. When you have 50 people with headsets on their heads and the actor has a pause, and then you can hear the reader explaining what the actor is doing on the stage. So perhaps there should be some different types of headsets or to avoid that interference. So there's also technical obstacles to overcome. And we do have a lot of hope in modern technologies to solve these issues in the future, but we're still not there yet. Another challenge that we have is the mental barriers that we can find sometimes, and some of those barriers have been overcome by us in our theatrical environment. Now we do have regular events for people with different handicaps and different disabilities, but we needed to overcome those barriers both in our technical staff, in our actors and so on. And it does require constant dialogue, constant conversation to remind people that we're doing this kind of event. We need certain groups to be taken care of, and yeah, it's a constant thing that needs to be discussed and rehashed. So there's mental barriers are something that's going to reappear both among our staff and from visitors and theater creators. And our roles as accessibility coordinators is to discuss these subjects, making people aware of, well, other people's needs. So we do try our best to overcome that. And now we can go on to looking for solutions.
Patience beyond all, and baby steps method. Do not get demotivated. It's impossible to make up all the failures from the past within 1 month. And networking is something we'll discuss in a moment. And training. We keep getting trained whenever there is training on universal design for culture. We take part. We are engaged in creating audio descriptions, so we are also growing in this field. It's one interesting subject is audio description in dance. It's a new area, at least in our theater. We were lucky enough to have a colleague from a befriended theater, and she participated in a in an internship, so we were able to get trained online. But we also hear similar stories from different trainings. But the initial training is provided frequently, but there is no level 2 or 3. For instance, on the sign language, we have training on A1 level, but there is no training on A2 level. So there is nowhere to grow and to learn. They could hardly organize a group for A1 training. Well, maybe in Warsaw they have more training. Now, I'd like to say a few words about networking. I encourage you to do networking. We have a Tri-City network of accessible culture. We started 2 years ago. It was initiated by 2 coordinators for accessibility from different institutions, Monika Masalan and Sylvia Bruna. And we developed a network of people employed in different institutions of culture, not just theaters. These are art galleries, cultural centers, or just people who want to contribute to accessibility that may be employed in other places. And we have regular meetings. We form a support group for one another, but we also help each other technically. We share what we've learned about accessibility during different kinds of trainings, and we offer a lot of support, especially that the profession of accessibility coordinator is something new on the market. It's not actually, not all institutions have this function, this role of accessibility coordinators. It makes you feel less lonely with accessibility, and we are able to exchange experience. We have mutual training. So we do encourage you to create networks and to befriend people from other institutions of culture, because our problems are mutual. We share the problems, and it's easier to find solutions together. Exchange your contacts, make recommendations, or you can also share who are the partners not to enter into cooperation. Sometimes it's difficult to verify. I had an opportunity recently to test Everest evacuation chair. It's not a product that you just see in a shop. You're not able to see this chair firsthand in a store. So it's really valuable to be able to go to and see such chair in a different institution. This is us. That's our network, Tri-City Cultural Accessibility Network. Quite a feminist body, but we have the first male representative from the Academy of Music. So this is us. Remember us. You'll hear more about us. And at the end, we'd like to mention that people come first. So we'd like to share a story of one spectator, Helenka Urbaniak, her name. She's about 90 years old, and she is the first spectator in the Wybrzeże Theatre. So she was a daughter of code person, and she would hang around in the hospital. So she actually remembers the first principal of our theater. At that time, she was still able to see, but she never stopped being a member of our audience. If you'd like to learn about her story, Google Helenka Urbaniak, and you will be able to watch a short film. You can also do it on YouTube. Helenka shares her story, and it's extremely valuable for us to have a person who's been with us, with our theater all their life. And now that we work in the field of accessibility, we really appreciate being accessible and having spectators like Helenka. Thank you. Thank you so much. Veronika and Ania, please stay with us. And now Robert, join us on this stage.
Przekazujemy Państwu mikrofon.
So the floor is yours. Members of the audience, ask your questions, please.
Przepraszamy. Mała przerwa techniczna, idą już mikrofony.
We do have a technical break. We're distributing the mics among the audience, and here you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Jest trochę nawiązaniem do pytania z poprzedniego panelu.
I'd like to go back to the question from the previous panel. What about the actors with disabilities? Are there already any actors with disabilities? Are there coordinators or people employed in cultural institutions with special needs and disabilities? I'm really interested in that from a perspective of someone who works at a cultural institution. My friends from Gdańsk, please go on. When it comes to actors with disabilities, we don't know as much as the East.
We don't know really what's the situation in Poland, but there's in other countries, like in the British Isles, we see that there's people from all over the world living there and working there. But in the Słowacki Theater in Kraków, there's a deaf actress working full-time there, and I think that's the first deaf actor in Poland working full-time at a theater. And last year, I think, we also took part in a conference of concerned with professionalizing actors with disabilities. And it's still a niche subject, and at that conference, we did feel that this is still a new subject for Poland. And I think Theater 21 from Warsaw is also something that's worth mentioning. It's a theater troupe that's composed of people with various disabilities, and they do work like a theater, like a cultural institution. In Gdańsk, we also have the Razem Theater that's professionalizing working in theater. What does that mean? Is that a school, or is that something that's actually covered by Polish schools of theater? Are they able to provide education to people with hearing or seeing impairments? And that's something that we need to start with, basically. In a conference that was organized by 21 Theater recently, there were ladies from theater schools all across Poland who actually mentioned the fact that this is something new for schools, because schools theoretically need to be accessible. But how do you provide accessibility to a person who's deaf? They need their own Polish Sign Language translators all the time, during all classes, all lectures. Where does the school get money for that? If they get funding, that's great. They can actually do this, but otherwise, that's something that needs to be discussed by the school.
What about coordinators? From your perspective, do coordinators also include people with special needs? Well, in the Emigration Museum in Gdynia, we had a colleague with special needs, but it seems there was a significant turnaround on this position. I'm not sure who is the coordinator now, but that is a big advantage. There's a lot of value in that. But it's a fresh, brand new job and cultural institutions had the first reaction, okay, we need to delegate somebody to perform the job. Now it's better, but even a few years back, there was no such thinking that, hey, let's recruit a person to become a coordinator for accessibility. because if there is no training of what accessibility is, there is no postgraduate studies in this field, you don't really know who's going to be a good person for the job. So it started from internal employees. They would get trained and extend their qualifications, like I did. For instance, we were in the process of filing an application for accessible culture, and we decided we should go beyond just developing a new workshop. We should do something new. And that was 10 years ago. Now there's two of us, but we are both from educational background. So you see, okay, we are both in training, so we are not using our full potential yet. But you see, some people have positions which focus on promotion or focus on HR in cultural institutions, and they were actually allocated additional obligations, additional duties. So I believe it takes time. But it's often that people who deal with education that are entrusted with accessibility issues, because they are usually full of empathy and they are focused on reaching the audience so naturally. This is how institutions choose coordinators, but there is no rule for that. If you look at the Tri-City scene, there were people from educational background, from HR background, and other functions. Well, are you done? Because I'd like to add a thought from myself. You mentioned Słowackiego Theatre. In Białystok, you have a wonderful situation because Dominika is coming soon, and she, as accessibility coordinator at Słowackiego Theatre, I think, succeeded in the theater employing Dominika, her name is. So you will soon be able to consult this with the source, take advantage of this person. Now, you talk about training, education. Everybody has been talking about this in all schools of art because that is a challenge. On the one hand, it's how to adjust the educational process to the needs of people with special needs or with disabilities, so that these people are able to become actively engaged in education and to have the conditions which would balance their opportunities. And then again, there appears an important question. If you don't hear or you don't see and you graduate from acting schools, what will be your roles in the future, your prospective career opportunities? Are we as a society ready to have such actors play other characters than just people with disabilities? You see, we have different roles in life. And whether you find a reflection of this in performative arts, like theater or film, it would be great, but it may be difficult. Theater 21 was a proposal of a very touching artistic effort, because it's not about treating us in any special way. We have the same requirements for people with disabilities as we have of other actors. I had a conversation with the head of student affairs at the Theatre Academy in Warsaw, and we actually on numerous occasions. And let's be honest, it's also a problem with teachers in all theater schools. For instance, we have a student in Krakow. She's studying to be a graphic designer, some kind of graphic design, but this is a purely artistic faculty. And during the pandemic, all the training was moved to online. And at that time, she was the 3rd or 4th year student. And she was asked to come to school physically. And it turned out she's not able to because she's strongly paralyzed. So she was just simply not capable of coming to school physically. We also have the first blind sculpture student in Łódź. So you see there are the first breakthrough moments. We also have students in schools of music, which is quite obvious. We don't need to inform you about this. We have professional musicians who are not able to see. So we are in the process. It's work in progress. I do not want to be an aggressive bumper. I don't want to force all the institutions to accept everyone at once, but let me remind you of one performance where Marek, who was a actually blind person, was the main protagonist. And it was clear that we accepted an actor with no background training, and we just selected the best candidate. And in fact, there were not too many candidates, 3 or 4 people. And we let him try. We let him present himself. Also, remember the film Sensitive to Light? We were deciding whether we should employ somebody who is blind from birth, or should it be an actress who would just play a blind person. And there was not a single blind actor who would guarantee that the acting would be good. Well, it would be easy to hire somebody who would be a blind person, a person with disability, but the art in this film was not to destroy the effect. Now, among coordinators, we do have people with disabilities. Most of them have disability with the movement. I don't know a single coordinator who would be blind, but I don't know why. That's the way it is.
I just want to add to that answer. There was a case last year or 2 years ago of a girl with mobility problems who participated in exams to theater school. So there are cases. Now, I also want to refer to that question from the perspective of visual arts, from my field. We're keeping our fingers crossed for Daniel Kotowski, who's with Bogna Bulska. Daniel Kotowski is an artist, a deaf person, who with Bogna Górska next year will be representing the Polish pavilion in the Venice Biennale. And so a great round of applause to him and his team, and I think it's great that there's more and more artists who have various disabilities joining the art world and in the field of music. I've recently heard an event by Hubert Zemler in MSN with a concert that was prepared for many, many months with people who were deaf and played many different instruments. And that performance was a great success. So I do think that there's more examples of people with disabilities competing and working part in different forms of art. And well, culture is an excellent field where we can experiment and participate. Culture is inviting. Maybe I have a misunderstanding about culture, but I truly believe that culture doesn't like routine. Culture likes experimenting, so don't be afraid of experimenting. I'd like to follow up to that because I've been born disabled. I have mobility problems. I use a wheelchair to move around, and I've been the first person hired by the Bialystok Technical University using the Disability Fund, and for 7 years I've been a member of the Podlaskie Assembly for People with Disabilities that lobbied for the needs of people with disabilities, where we raised taboo subjects, raised different issues of people with disabilities. And I truly believe the principle that nothing about us without us. We need to include and involve people with disabilities in the decision-making process. And I truly wish it was a utopia thought that we are invited with hands wide open, and that's not the case. You need to fight, you need to overcome the environment. And once again, Robert, thank you very much, because from my perspective of a person with a disability, I'm not talking, of course, about this toxic motivation and cheering people up, but when we see that people with disabilities are visible, they are in decision-making roles, that's what gives more encouragement to other people with disabilities, encouragement that we need. We can't force help on somebody else, but if you don't believe that it's possible, you won't be seeing it as an opportunity. There's people such as Michał Woroch, Anna Drabasz, who was the president of Regional Assembly for People with Disabilities. They were truly inspirational for people with disabilities. They were groundbreaking, and we could overcome certain challenges that couldn't be overcome at the time. But it is a work that needs to be done, and only we know how much energy and effort is needed to do that and to continue the fight and that struggle. So thank you very much for that, and yeah, keeping my fingers crossed.
Ja chciałem się odnieść do
I would like to reflect on the bit in which we discussed theater and the attempt to think about educating people with disabilities in a theater academy. So this narrative appeared when I think about acting school and the profession of an actor. And I think about actors who would be involved in a drama genre. This is a puppet academy, so this is a different profile from a different structure of education and a different medium of communication. In this genre, we use a puppet, which is a form of communication, an object broadly understood. But I will explain what I'm getting at. In a theater of drama, actors use their bodies to convey messages. This is the medium. Now, there is a very broad discussion on this topic, and I would like to say, well, we also have this internal discussion here in our school. I believe it's an ongoing discussion. As a dean, many years ago, I performed a simulation of a student with a disability trying to access the acting department in our school. And based on my observations, ideas, and fantasies, it turned out it's possible. But I was considering a person who had a problem with mobility. So, but I just don't know what's coming later. And here I mean the infrastructure, not the teaching itself. So, to be able to achieve certain effects of training, that's possible. How? I don't really know. But I just want to say that acting school or school of theater, Academy of Theater, is not just acting. It's direction. It's both in the puppet sector, but also in the drama sector, but also the technology, the visual art, performance art, knowledge about theater. And these are the different majors, or also playwright field. These are also theater-related majors. Well, let's not go into details, but I just want to say you convinced me. And I concur. I agree with what you just presented, what you just said. We had a student with disability, and in the Faculty of Technology, the person discontinued their studies for other reasons than the disability. So I do believe that we are at a stage of development, we as a school, I mean, that we are not terrified by the fact that somebody might seek admission that would have special needs. Especially that our consultation point employs a person who is blind. But all in all, I believe that in the modern world, I believe that everybody who seeks admission to a theater academy, whether it's to become an actor or a director, maybe less so in the field of technology, it's much more tangible. Because it requires certain craftsman skills, and these are people who are very determined. I believe all creators are determined people, determined individuals who are finding ways to release their anxiety. And it takes a certain level of maturity or growth to be able to transform anxiety into art rather than therapy. So what I'm concerned about is that we do not replace, we do not transform a vocational school, which we are. And I remember I used to be a dean. We are a state-owned school and at the same time a vocational school, so it's our job to prepare graduates to be able to work in a professional theater, a state-owned one by default, or in any other theater, for that matter. So that's my greatest concern. I'm not concerned that people with disabilities will apply to be admitted to our school. We are fully ready to handle such requests. Our building is not fully ready. The building is a historical building under the regulations of his historical preservation officer. So we are not able to adapt corridors. We are not able to install elevators. But as you can see, the ground floor and the theater space, it's great. It's adapted. I believe a time will come in our society because we are a few years delayed when compared to the Western society. And we are slowly getting ready for the shift, for the transformation. It will eventually come. But I just want to say I'm in favor of organizing such workshops because we already had a cycle of meetings, Show Your Language. These were meetings with various artists who represent the circle of people with special needs. And I would like people with special needs to help us organize a workshop for such individuals. Although I know that, for example, for the deaf community, it's not that simple. Because there is no community of deaf people. These are individuals who sometimes are not able to communicate with one another. So the topic of people with special needs encompasses so many individuals. It's actually too many. The variety of those individuals is so big that we cannot put them all in the same category. And we, the employees of my institution, have been trained in so many different sessions, and I'm fully aware of what the obligations are, and that we are required to accept people with special needs to our university. And I know this is always an individual decision. It's not something that can be used as a pattern. It's just impossible.
I can't disagree. I couldn't agree more even. But what's also quite significant here, I think I spoke about this already with somebody, the building preservation laws is something that's going to change. Even if it's a historic building, that doesn't need to be discussed. And also, don't go into art therapy. There's people with seeing impairments writing to us, why should we do this? Yeah, School of Arts is a School of Arts. It's not about art therapy. And if you need support from us, we'll support you saying that it's not the right way to go. Now, to conclude, I just wanted to ask you one question, Robert. I know that you're experienced in audio description, and we have Anna and Veronica who are also talking about audio description of dance. How do you create such audio description for a performance that's based on movement? Well, that depends. That depends on whether there's words spoken during the movement on the stage. Because if there's only music and movement, we can actually treat that music as a background for reading the audio description because it won't interfere with the spoken text, and that gives us more time to describe what's happening. But if there's also vocals, do we need to fit in with our description in those spaces between the words? And during our workshop, we received a clip with actors singing. And so first we start describing what's happening on the stage, then we hear the vocals, and then we get another few seconds to start our description. And it was very difficult because there was so many things going on. We need to start describing something that's just about to happen. Then we're a bit behind with the action on the stage. And of course, there's different schools of audio descriptions. One says to describe everything you see without your interference from your own experience, but before your brain is able to process what's going on, it does take time. And before 1989, there was a group of audio descriptors working with Shakespeare's plays who made notes. Just raise your hands. She gave specific notes, like raise your hand. Everybody understood that description differently. Everybody raised their hands differently. So when we moved around, when we touched each other to catch the synchronicity, it was a different situation. So sometimes, if you don't have enough time, perhaps it's better to do a subjective description of what's happening. Robert, I wonder if you remember the workshop in alternative subtitles. Should we suggest to somebody that a costume of somebody from the 1970s refers to Krystyna Janda's costume from The Man of Marble? Or maybe somebody saw that film at a specific time, but you can't really see that still. So that's another layer of meaning. You can see she has a blue scarf and this kind of trousers. So yeah, it's very difficult to understand. Audio description of dance and audio description in general is the art of finding the right word and finding the right compromise. When do you understand something in greater detail, and when do you just let the sound and music to resound? At the first workshops that we did, when we tried to describe some choreography, well, it was a failure because the description of people dancing was very detailed, but it could be, might as well have been a description of some gymnastics, and it didn't really capture the emotion. So still, we're not experts in audio description of dance. We still learn, we still try to expand their knowledge, but how it's done? Well, it's done in a very difficult manner. It's a matter of choice. Now, in terms of voice, if you're ever renovating your facilities, schools of theater are a different matter, but if you renovate your theater and you make a project, take a look if your ramps and access routes are only for spectators or also for the administrative staff. Are we even assuming the fact that in the future we're going to have an administrative staff with disabilities? There is access to people with disabilities in the ground floor, but you can access one scene only using stairs. And it's only because it used to be only accessible to theater spectators. So walking from one scene to the other route, well, it was very difficult. So we tried to convince our colleagues to make a special access route to people in wheelchairs. I can't really call in other staff or use the elevators that we have on the scene so that you can access the route for the staff and for the audience in an accessible manner. So this is a question of how open institutions are to employees with disabilities. Now, audio description. Audio description is one of my favorite subjects, and I think audio description of dance, well, you can't really talk over dance. Maybe somebody saw you The Scent of a Woman. It's a very old film with very old audio descriptions from 2013, which it still works because it utilizes very few words and it just allowed the tango to, well, do the dance. I'll do a coming out here because I like emotion. Without emotion, there is no art, and it basically won't work. It's not a mathematical solution. So we do really need to mind the emotion. We see the world through your eyes. Don't really be afraid of interpreting. If something goes wrong, somebody else will describe it to me. It's going to be a bit different. It's going to be a bit broader. And at the end, I need to share one thing. Has anybody seen Volver by Almodovar? For those who haven't seen the film, I'm not really spoiling here. There is a murder in the film, and Penelope Cruz, who is the protagonist of that film, is coming to her home because her daughter killed her partner, and Penelope starts wiping off blood. The whole kitchen is covered by blood, and nobody saw it. Nobody who saw that film saw the blood. But I will never forget that scene because in the audio description there was a literal description where with Penelope grabbing paper towels and she's wiping off the kitchen, and these towels are covered with blood, and the whole kitchen looks like it's laced with women's lingerie. Have you seen that in the film? Now, if we take into the fact why the murder happened in the first place, everything works. So when we meet each other at a workshop on audio description, I'll describe why that artist who created the audio description did it that way. Thank you very much, Veronica. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. I'll give the floor to the rector very soon, and I would like to remind you that at 7:30 p.m. in the Bialystok Puppet Theater, there is a show of our students, third-year students, so see you in 90 minutes or an hour in the Bialystok Puppet Theater.
Już na zakończenie.
And the cherry on the cake, this is the ending. Thank you so much for your time. And many times before have I said this from this place. And this is to follow up one of the last thoughts in the panel. Let's use, or actually let's take good and wise decisions. Let's use modern technologies for the good, for the creation of beautiful and good things. both in art and in accessibility. I wish you all the best. Thank you for today. And again, the invitation is to come for the real cherry on the cake. Kalinowskiego 1, the Puppet Theatre. The dean actually made me comment, why are we showing the exam play, the exam performance? I'm not sure if I'm responding according to your needs, but let me give it a try, because this is a great summary of today, an unexpected ending, because it will use modern technologies in a symbolic way. To a significant extent, the word will be a medium and the living actor will be a medium. I cannot say anymore because I do not want to spoil the subject, but it's definitely worth coming. All the best again. Greetings to the YouTube audience, to the Facebook audience. And please join us at the 12th International Festival of Theatre Academies. To puppet or not to puppet, because this is what our conference was about. To invite you, to give you a hint, what we're going to discuss in the future in June in 2026. Thank you again.